Witness the magic of award-winning drone show artists Celestial in a groundbreaking drone light show. Join us for an extraordinary journey through time and space. Evolution.
So it's a Wednesday. It's Walkers and Talkers Day at the Seat Unique Stadium, and that has probably brought in a few more for this final day of first team Gloucestershire cricket here this season. It seems to have gone relatively quickly. We've been punctuated by rather more rain than we would like, that's for sure, and it is in a way fitting, I suppose, Dan, that this game has been punctuated by rain as well. It's a microcosm of the whole, isn't it?
It epitomises the season, doesn't it? It
does.
Really does. But we're here. We're in demob mode. As I said the other day, Ian Randall's brought he's allowed to pay £1. His mum's given him £1 to dress as he wants at the end of term. And he's brought his games in as well. He's brought in his Kaplunk. So we're going to resume with Derbyshire, 398 for 9. No overnight declaration. We thought there might be, but, we didn't think there might be. We didn't know, really, but we thought there was a possibility. But they're not. They're going to continue. Lears deploy. He's on 103. Pat Brown's yet to face a ball. So we'll see what happens this morning. But as you say, Ian, it's been a miserable year weather-wise, hasn't it? It really has.
I think if a Gloucestershire supporter was asked about the three things they would remember from this season, it would be rain, injuries, and Ollie Price.
Yeah,
I think that those are the three things that you'd take out of this game. Umpires Tom Lungley and Jack Shantry just shake hands as they cross the road. Umpires always do that, start of every day.
We always shake hands at the end of every game, don't we?
We tend to.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dan put a photograph on Twitter this morning implying that, one last day for this season, and a couple of nice responses to that already. Tom from the Rain Stop Play blog says, we'll try and get a new earpiece as my old one has given up the ghost for this last game. But thanks to both for the work over the season. And David Payne, but he's known as Dave.
Not the left armour.
Not the left armour. Again, thanks for the commentary. When I've been in work, he says, winter well both. Indeed, we hope so.
Now, I want to say a thank you.
Want another one?
Yeah, I do. Because we have had... There's a lovely lady called Callie Barlow who has made us something.
Turn it round.
There we go. Look, there we go.
That way round.
That way round. There we go. There we go. And it's arrived in this Lion King sort of pencil case, which we're big fans of. If you notice on the bottom here, it's got name, teacher, and class. Callie's failed to fill this in, but Callie, thank you so much for your gifts this morning. You're a legend. You've kept us company right through the season,
and they might sustain us in the tea interval.
They might well, yeah. But you've been an absolute pleasure, and it's been lovely getting to know you. And winter well, and we will see you next season without a doubt, Callie.
So, as we said, Derbyshire batting on this morning with this lead of 21 they currently have. And Lears Deploy, who in his 100th first-class match has fittingly made 100, clearly wants to enjoy it a bit more. We're going to have Zafar Gahar to open the bowling from the pavilion end.
Does he bowl from the pavilion? I don't think he has, does he?
I don't believe he has, no.
No, I don't think he has.
So Pat Brown's the non-striker, hasn't faced a ball yet. Walked out to the middle yesterday, and then we came off for bad light. But
I thought you were going to say Pat Butcher there, Ian, at one point, not Pat Brown.
So one slip and the field well spread to deploy the single if he wants it, and he just turns that into the onside. Tactically today, it feels as if Gloucestershire want to set anything up, they're going to have to do it themselves.
Yeah, I think so. There's
Zafar in, and Deploy just steers that again out onto the offside this time, no run.
There's no onus on Derbyshire to do anything, is there? They don't need to do anything. They're ahead of Gloucestershire in the table. I mean, it'd be nice if they did, because they've got nothing to lose, have they? They can't get relegated.
Oh, and Deploy's pulled that into the air. Is it going to go safe? It is. Oh, he's fortunate there. He's dropped right between Josh Shaw and Chris Dent. One of them retreating at mid-wicket and one coming in from deep mid-wicket.
And they turned down the single as well.
Yeah. Dropped safe.
Deploy will want it now, though. This is the 4th ball. I think Deploy would want the single here.
Zaffer over the wicket. Oh, that kept low. And Deploy does squeeze the single out to Dom Goodman.
Yeah, I thought Gloucestershire might have squeezed him a little bit there.
Well, now the field will change radically, I suspect, for Pat Brown. Yes, just to come back to the tactics. Obviously, we have 96 overs. There is no additional overs today for time lost yesterday. I think they'd have to get the wicket quickly, and then you'd probably have to bat until half an hour after lunch, really going for it.
Yeah, what I would like,
and not bothering about whether you got bowled out or not.
This is my ideal scenario, and you've poo-pooed it, Ian, but I'm going to go with it anyway because I still think this is what I'd like to see today.
Zaffer around the wicket to Pat Brown, and Brown from his crease just pushes it literally dead weight into the ground.
I would like to see Gloucestershire have bowl Derbyshire out now, have 45 overs. They try and get 240, 250 or 45.
Round forward and defends last ball of the over, so he's seen out the last two. Derbyshire 399 for 9.
That would then leave Derbyshire 50 overs to get 250.
See,
240.
I think that's too many.
Yeah.
I think that's too many. I think the teasing chase that would keep Derbyshire interested and keep it a genuine game with the ball spinning. We're going to see Ed Middleton from the Ashley Down Road end. He's somewhere in sort of 220 in 55, 220 in 50.
Yeah, you see, I think that's too generous, and it's not often that I say that you're being too generous, Ian, but I think that is too generous.
And actually, here's a point made by Dan Porter last night, which I thought was an interesting one, and we haven't had this, I don't think, at any point this season. Would Gloucestershire be criticised for being too generous with a declaration and losing?
No. I don't think they would. So I think that's...
Because last year at Cheltenham, I think they did set a game up and lost, and I don't think people felt too badly about that.
No, they didn't. It was a game against Northamptonshire, and Graham Van Buren came out of that with a lot of credit because...
he was trying to win.
Yeah. So Middleton bowls a full toss, which is spanked out to long off by Lias Deploy, but they turn down the single. Yeah, no, I don't think they'd have any issue in losing, trying to win a game. I think they would prefer that to have a dull, painstakingly boring draw. So yeah, I think 240 or 50. That's where I'm going. So currently 22 ahead.
The problem is actually getting the 240 in the first place.
Well, yeah, I mean, Derbyshire, 22 ahead here. So they would need 260, wouldn't they, off 40. That's... where's that gone? It's gone down behind here. I'm just at that point in the ground where we've got a metal bar, which I'm glad it's there because it's actually holding up the window frame in front of me and actually holding us on the third floor of this room. So I'm glad this metal bar is here because it's, keeping us stable in the air. But I do lose the ball in it sometimes. Deploy.
Game's in slow motion at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, we're just ticking along, and in come the field now. So we are going to see Gloucestershire try and squeeze this now. No ones, everyone in on the single, please. And then Zaffer can have a full over at Pat Brown. And I would like to see the silly point in. I'd like to see the man close in on the offside as well.
For deploy as well?
No, not for deploy, but
No,
for Brown. I've been crying out for it for 2 days now, Ian, and I haven't got my way, and I don't like it.
So the only man out is at deep mid-wicket. Other than that, you've got 7 saving a single and 1 slip.
I think he might try and put Middleton over the top here. Middleton tossing the ball from hand to hand, as is his wont. There we go. He's gone over the top, and he's got it over wide, long on. And that goes for 4 runs. So that's the 400 up for Derbyshire. There we go again. Deploy brings up another. Well, it's not a batting point, is it? Because we're in the 111th over, 112th over. So unfortunately, it won't count towards their bonus points.
But it is 6 and 6 on the bonus points in the game. Obviously, there is an ODI today, starting at the Oval at 12:30. So, try and keep you across that later.
Middleton. That's played back to him on the bounce, quite firmly.
That is the end of the over, so
And
now
Pat
Zaffa
Brown
will have potentially a full over at Pat Brown.
Yeah, here's our photographer, Robbie Stevenson, who is lives up in Derby. He works for Gloucestershire. So let's hope this game between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire is known as the Robbie Stevenson Derby forevermore. Never mind people like Kim Barnett or people like that. This is the Robbie Stevenson Derby.
Here is Zaffa, 2 slips and a short leg, and Brown squeezes that past the right hand of Charlesworth.
I thought that got through there, did you?
Yeah, I say Pat Brown hasn't batted a lot in red ball cricket. He hasn't batted a lot in first team cricket, come to think of it. Zaffa around the wicket. Brown goes back. He looks marginally better than me, but with the bat. That's not saying a
Ian,
great deal.
were you a ferret that used to go in after the rabbits?
Yeah, absolutely. 1 ball was generally enough. Zaffa in, and Brown with a very low angled bat out on the onside.
You did tell me your top score once. Was it 17 or
No, I
21?
I got 24 and 20 on 1 weekend.
Wow, nosebleed territory.
Yeah. Probably all the other runs I ever
That's
scored.
Yeah.
Yes, gone.
It looked plum, didn't it? It
Yeah.
looked plum.
So Brown is out. Zaffa has a 5, and he is the first Gloucestershire bowler to take a 5-wicket haul this season. So it does eventually arrive. 403 all out, and deploy finishes not out, 108. And Zaffa's final figures, 5 for 122. And the Derbyshire lead is 26.
Yeah, certainly was. I'm just checking something there. I thought Ajit got 6 for in 1 innings against Worcestershire. Is that maybe at Bristol? The first 5
No,
for?
I don't think it's a 5 for. I don't think anybody's taken a 5. Let me just check that.
I thought Ajit got 6 for.
In fact, yes, Ajit has got a 6, and Paul Van Makeren actually got a 5 at Cheltenham. So those are the only 2. It's Zaffa's first 5. I think. Was there a point? I thought that it must have been in an interview where Dale Benkenstein said, we haven't had a bowler take a 5 for all summer. And that must have been before that. So the last wicket goes, and now, I suppose, now we'll find out whether Gloucestershire really want to set something up by their approach in this second innings. Do they really go crashing hard at it and see what they can set up?
Yeah, the Gloucestershire bowling figures for you. Josh Shaw, 19 overs, 2 maidens, none for 62. Dominic Goodman, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 80. Zafar Gahar, the pick of the bowlers, 5 for 122 off 2 balls shy of 40 overs. Luke Charlesworth, 1 for 50 off 11. Ed Middleton, 1 for 59 off 19. Ollie Price, 8 overs, none for 25. Derbyshire innings, Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, they put on 132 for the opening wicket. Kane went for 68, Lewis Rees went for 77. Lewis Deploy, he ended up 108 not out. He was the mainstay of the Derbyshire innings and a real skipper's knock. But there were good contributions as well from Lamb with 24, Anajal 21, Thompson 34 and Mark Watt with 19. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back here very shortly for the Gloucestershire resume, and let's see how it goes. I'm going to be intrigued for one.
Umpires are on their way. And Derbyshire then have Gloucestershire 26 in arrears on first innings. What have they got, I wonder? What have Gloucestershire got in terms of aggressive batting in them to potentially try and set something up? Just a couple of thoughts before we get back underway again. Just to absolutely clarify, that was the third 5-wicket haul by a Gloucestershire bowler this season. First for Zafar, Paul van Meekeren has one, and Ajit Singh Dale has one. Justin Perkins on the social media says, again, thanks to the team for the work this season. Glad to have you back again. Really enjoyed listening. Thank you for that. Listening and watching, we hope, because it's yes, it is meant to be an audio and visual service.
Yeah,
and
I want to say as well, Justin's hit the nail on the head with the team as well, because massive kudos goes out to James Healy, who is the man behind the scenes. He's a silent assassin here, and he does so well. The man brings everything to life. And without him,
we could not do it.
No,
without him.
Without him, Ian and I would look like a couple of Wallies, wouldn't we? Which we are.
And Mark from Madrid refers to an article which was published yesterday in the Cricketer about this proposed new T20 structure, potentially incorporating the 21 national counties teams. Mark says this could be made even more fun with 3 groups of 13, 6 home matches, 6 away. But how about adding the county board 11s in, as was done previously in the old Nat West? Play a preliminary round or two with the county boards and national county sides to pick the 21 that qualify. This used to put up some gems like Durham against the Durham board, which were real grudge matches. You could add some spice to the competition that way. Some board teams will get through, allowing the best club players to have a game against their heroes. Interesting point. Mark also says this game looks like petering out to a draw. Thanks for everything during the season. It would be nice to end on a high if we can.
Well, I'm not sure. You know, Gloucestershire have to bat well here. I'm sure young Mr. Connors there at the end of his run-up, he'll be looking to make sure that this game doesn't end in a draw. If he can winkle out a few wickets by lunchtime cheaply, Derbyshire will fancy their chances. Here he is. Here's Connors. Charlesworth leaves that one alone. Thumps into the gloves of Brooke Guest.
One gentleman downstairs this morning said, I thought it was it's a fair suggestion, but it's not quite the way it works. Couldn't we play a 45 overs a side kind of game?
I think we should have a beer match. You know, like
allowing for the fact that you know, split the overs up. You know, you have a bat, we have a bat. Make a game of it. I think if both sides were in the middle of the table, that might be possible.
Connors to Charlesworth, who digs out a full delivery, and it goes out to mid-off.
I mean, ultimately, all these players are professional players. And it comes back a bit to what Zaman was talking about yesterday, in the sense that he was brought up playing hockey. He was competitive enough to play age group representative hockey, and he retains that competitive instinct with his cricket. And all these guys are naturally competitive.
I thought it was a really interesting interview, actually, with Zaman MATCHDAY yesterday. That's just defended out to mid-on. I thought he was really... He gave us a couple of insights that we didn't know anything... I mean, we don't know a lot about him. He's only, you know... He's only been at the club since April.
You know, he's 24 years old. He's a young man making his way in professional cricket.
Yeah.
Or trying very hard to.
Yeah, and I thought he gave us some really good sort of insight. Zach Chappell is on the pitch down at Longleg. Here on loan at Gloucestershire last year. Nice shot from Charlesworth. Gets the Gloucestershire innings underway. Played out through mid-off for a rather pleasant 4 runs.
Yes, I suppose if this game is to end as a draw, the Gloucestershire supporters would rather see Gloucestershire bat on the last day than see them in the field hunting wickets and the others like that.
I agree.
We'd rather see a competitive game with a chase, but if it's got to be somebody batting properly.
Here's Connors.
That way round.
It's left alone. And Dahl has gone for a floppy there. It looks rather suave, doesn't it? It looks rather cool. Ian, a man, I can imagine that you probably were a fan of headwear on a hot summer's day. I think it was probably a necessity rather than a fashion accessory, perhaps. Were you a floppy hat man or a cap?
Cap.
Always cap.
Always cap.
I was always cap.
Same in the winter.
Oh, you cap in the winter?
Oh, yeah.
I've seen you actually doing your rugby commentary, and that's turned perhaps a little high. That completes the first over, 4 for none. Let's have another look at this. I think it's high. Charlesworth's a tall man. It's probably going down as well. Yeah, going down and high. Didn't really have a lot going for it. I've seen you do your rugby commentary in the winter, and you've got like a sort of like a Del Boy flat cap on there. Like a tweed number.
It's a constant. It's been a constant companion for about 10 years, I would say, maybe more.
I know what to get you for Christmas. Or would you? Is it a lucky cap?
I wouldn't say it's a lucky cap. That's the second one I've had. But windy and sometimes exposed commentary vantage points in the winter, it's kind of essential. So, Derbyshire not going to give Pat Brown the new ball. There we are.
There we go. Look at that.
I think that's the old one.
Oh.
Yeah. That I can tell you where that picture was taken. Actually, that was taken at Accrington.
Oh. You go to some lovely places, don't you?
Yeah.
Accrington Stanley, was that?
Accrington Stanley.
Who are they? Yeah.
So no Pat Brown. It will be Anuj Dahl to bowl to Chris Dent. Just nudged out into the onside. Lewis Rees does the fielding.
Is Brown not on the pitch?
No.
No, he's not, is he?
That's a good question, actually.
Who's a backward point?
Pat
Brown.
He's at point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is backward because he is just that side of square. That's down the leg side from Dahl. Trying to do his Pat Brown imitation there by firing it down the leg side. He bowled better. In the first innings, he wasn't actually bowling against the openers, was he? So he may not have had a left-hander to bowl at, but generally he was gun barrel straight from over the wicket.
Who's that? Brown?
Dahl.
Oh, Dahl. Yeah.
Dahl.
No, Brown. Brown
was not gun barrel straight. Here's Dahl again, and that's just played defensively, steered out, just allowing the pace of the ball to run away.
No, Pat Brown definitely was not gun barrel straight. In the city of street art, he sprayed it like Banksy here in Bristol.
Yes. I think if and we don't know this yet, if that's to be Ed Middleton's only bowl in this match, I think he'll be quite pleased with his debut. Again, that's down the leg side from Dahl. Goes for the leg stump Yorker, but again the direction is really not what he would want.
Yeah, he's gone for 3 and over, which for a leg spinner is quite tidy. Leg spinners are often deemed as a luxury, aren't they? And Middleton doesn't bowl much, as we call it, toffee, Ian, does he? He doesn't bowl much rubbish.
He only literally dragged down the odd 1 or 2 deliveries, which in his first championship game shows good control. And bearing in mind that he only signed a short-term pro contract in that time of the season where there were a lot of injuries about, particularly to bowlers. But he's done enough eventually to get an opportunity. Dahl again to Dent. And that's a bit better line. It's taking him best part of that first over to work out where the radar should be pointing. 4 without loss. Gloucestershire trailing by 22. There is Zafar. I think he will be relieved to have last have got a 5 for on the board for this season, because as I say, he's a long way short of his wicket tally last year. 47 last year with 5 wicket hauls, and to wait until the penultimate game this year to get a 5 for it's probably felt a long old summer for him.
Yeah, certainly is. Here's Connors from the Ashley Down stroke south of France end. Oh, Watts dropped Charlesworth. It's hit him straight in the chest, actually. I don't think he's even got a hand on that. Let's have a look. That was a reasonably simple chance as well. I'm just not sure he picked that up. Oh, he'll be disappointed in that, Mark Watt. Didn't even get a hand really on it. It just hit him in the chest.
It was one of those ones where...
Do you go fingers down, fingers up?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly the question.
That awkward height where you don't know whether to go fingers down or fingers up. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And he's not seen it early enough. Can Charlesworth profit from that?
He tries to. He tries to thump Connors out, who is actually off a no ball. But he hits it firmly out to mid-off. Ian, seeing as it's the last day of school, am I allowed to write on your shirt?
I think these shirts are they're single issue. I don't think they're for replacement. What else did you do in your school on the last day then?
Don't know. I'm not sure.
We need to go down that road.
I think I might have gone to Lord's actually. Might have bunked off. I remember bunking off school to go and watch England versus the West Indies in 1984. It was a Monday at Lord's. Viv got a big one. Kept putting Bob Willis into the mound stand for fun. And there was a mass pitch invasion. But back then you could just rock up at Lord's and pay on the gate. And I did bunk off school to go to that one. And Charlesworth plays that out to mid-off for a single. If any of my old teachers are listening into this, and probably not, because they're probably not still with us actually, but if any of them are, then I was ill. I do apologise, and you haven't heard that at all.
So Dent comes down to face Connors for the first time. There are 2 other matches in the second division. Both actually might brew up quite interestingly. Leicestershire have got a long chase to try and beat Sussex to keep their promotion hopes alive. They need 246 more, and they've got 7 wickets in hand.
Connors in to Dent, who hits that firmly, but a brilliant stop out at mid-wicket there by Lewis Rees. Cuts off the boundary.
And at Cardiff, obviously Yorkshire trying to escape the wooden spoon need 8 wickets against Glamorgan, who are 155 for 2 second time round. They're still 72 in arrears. Sussex
Leicestershire game beautifully poised, isn't it?
The debate was if Glamorgan get in front, then or when they get in front, makes Yorkshire's task much harder.
Then defends out to mid-on.
This pitch has not quite
broken up.
Had the movement in it latterly that I think Gloucestershire were hoping for.
No, I'm wondering.
It's held together remarkably well, I think, for an end of season wicket.
I'm wondering if the rain yesterday has. I know it's covered. I'm wondering if like the moisture in the air has just sort of held it together, perhaps. Connors in. Oh, Dent leaves alone.
I mean, the one thing you would say, obviously, is that we have lost more than 2 sessions of cricket. So in essence, you could say, well, this is like the 3rd afternoon rather than the 4th morning. And that might be a factor in it. It will be interesting to see, I suppose, when we get to mid-afternoon here, whether it just has, as so many wickets in Bristol have done over the last couple of years that Dan and I have been doing the stream, and indeed the season that Ed Seaborn and I did it, they flatten out.
Yeah. Well, this time last year, I'll come on to it.
Here is Anuj Dahl into Charlesworth, who just plays that quietly out to Pat Brown.
This time last year, Gloucestershire played Warwickshire here. Warwickshire got 274 for 10, batting first. That was Dominic Sibley, 120. Danny Briggs got 65. Gloucestershire then responded with 255 for 10, all out. So it was...
Nothing in it in first innings, same as here.
Yeah.
Dahl with just 2 slips and a gully.
But then in the 3rd innings, things started to get tasty. That was Tom Price's 8 for 27. And Warwickshire were 128 all out. Davis got 60 for them. But they were... It was going up and down, and the movement, the seam movement from side to side was pronounced, wasn't it? And then Gloucestershire just about got home, 149 for 7, won by 3 wickets.
Charlesworth off the outside half of the bat. Didn't play that with ultimate comfort. He's going to come back for 2.
Zafar Gahal in the first innings for Gloucestershire, 5 for 64 off 35.
So actually, not a dissimilar situation. Although the scores were lower.
Yeah.
This pitch, it's held together pretty well.
It was a much drier summer, wasn't it, last year?
Oh yeah.
And I think that was probably an extenuating circumstance, perhaps.
3 slips. Mark Watt, though, interestingly now, is at mid-on, and it's Matthew Lamb who's gone in at 3rd slip. Didn't take them long to change that, did it?
The sacrificial lamb. What other puns can we come out with about his name? Poor Matt Lamb.
Dahl around the wicket and driven up to Watt, who stops the boundary with a tumbling save. Just gets a pat on the back from Deploy, his captain.
Don't think he's very happy, Mark Watt.
He didn't look the picture of joy when he dropped that chance.
No.
Did he? I think everybody always feels bad if you drop a catch off a teammate. Dahl again to Charlesworth, that comes a long way forward. This might be an opportunity here. Ben Charlesworth, he could do with a sizable score before the end of the season. He said some 30, some starts lately. His overall runs total in the championship it's more than last year, but it's not. He's still shy of 400, well shy of 400, and a good not out here if Gloucestershire are to just bat for safety. Wouldn't do him any harm.
Ian, if Mark Watt did go in next to Matthew Lamb, seeing as he's Scottish, would they go into the Firth of 4th slip?
Very good.
I'll get my coat.
Yeah,
I'm off.
yeah.
Connor's in. Ooh, that's nearly sneaked through Chris Dent's defences there.
So, okay then. You see, that's very close to the title of one of my favourite tunes.
Mull of Kintyre?
No. The Firth of 5th, Dan.
The Firth of 5th. Who's this by?
That's by a... oh, come on.
Steve Hackett. It's got to be Genesis. Connors to Dent, defends. 9 for none.
The introduction to that tune is about a minute and 15 seconds of Tony Banks's piano.
Oh,
And it is marvellous.
what was it the B-side of as a single?
Oh, well, no, Dan, it's nearly 10 minutes long. It wouldn't be a single.
No, it is. It was released. A 1981 live recording from the Savoy in New York was included as the B-side of the UK release of a 12-inch single.
Ah,
Dent defends. 1981 Genesis. Who are we talking in? Name the single.
name the single.
Yeah.
81. That's a surprise because it was written a long way before that.
It was 1973. It was released the 1st of 5th. See what we started now.
But
Then full
let's say
defensive.
The piano introduction to that is. It's not slow, you see. It's a firm first note and it's fast.
Right, okay.
And it's
Like pizzicato.
and it is complex. It's only piano, nothing else.
Okay,
And everything else comes in later.
okay, yeah.
But it is
Sort of prog rock era.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful piece.
Didn't leave that one alone. Good bowling this by Connors,
Yeah.
probing away.
And just people may not be prog rock fans, right? But
Yeah.
just as if you do nothing else, in terms of assessing whether you like it or not, the first minute and a quarter, only piano. Just find it and see what you think.
Are you a fan of Mott the Hoople?
No,
No,
never on my radar.
no. Connors around the... Ooh, that's a good leave there by Chris Dent. That just nipped back a little bit. I think he...
And some
didn't-
bounce there too,
Yeah,
actually.
I don't think he realised it was going to nip back. That has not missed the off stump by much there. Oh, that is a very good leave. They were from Hereford, I think, Mott the Hoople, weren't they? I believe.
That's probably beyond my pay grade to know that.
What was their big hit? Roll Away the Stone.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that is right. I would not know about the Hereford geographical connection.
Anyway, that's all.
That's another Genesis song. Anush Dal.
And that is what
Continuing.
Firth of Fifth was the B-side of in 1981.
See, so that is strange. Why would you put that song from
Saves him writing another track, doesn't it?
8 years earlier?
It's like me, with my books. I just rehash jokes from earlier, earlier books.
Do people really play Dan Whiting Mingo? Here, Dahl.
A lovely bloke.
He's a lovely lad.
Lovely lad. Jokes about Ian Randall's age. What else would be in Dan Whiting bingo, Ian?
That's got to be close.
That's got to be close, yeah.
those,
Yeah.
Those are probably the three, actually.
Tickled it round the corner.
Dahl. That's pleasantly played. It's wide through straight mid-wicket by Ben Charlesworth. He'll get 2. He might even get 4. He will get 4. Mark Watt rather gave up the chase there and left it to Lewis Rees. And Rees couldn't make it. So a pleasant clip through the leg side by Charlesworth takes him to 11. Dent hasn't scored yet. And Gloucestershire trimming down the Derbyshire lead.
Keep your emails coming into us as well. We want to hear from you.
Yeah,
If you've got any...
I was thinking on the drive in today, I might just complete that thought after this delivery from Dahl, which Charlesworth again is forward to. Quite a few of the emails during this match have been about random things, which I suppose is part of the joy of Championship cricket. But it will be interesting to know from people who've been watching on the stream through the summer how you will think of this Gloucestershire season. Perhaps when you come back to it in a month's time, and we rather glibly said to Charlesworth, rain injuries and Ollie Price. But what are you going to take out of this season that may perhaps give you some optimism that it will be better next year, or it can be better next year? Everybody will hope, and fans of all the teams will hope that their year is going to get better. Even those at Northants who are probably going to see their side relegated. Dull, or a bit of a movement in the air, and that's been spilled as well at second slip. That's Madsen at second slip.
Not sure that quite carried. Let's have a look.
It's low. It's one of those ones where if you really are sharp, it's a difficult one. But it's a second opportunity in the slips. Watt has missed one. And I think now Madsen will probably feel he could have taken that, and Gloucestershire at 14 without loss. Yeah, so your thoughts, welcome on our email about your gut feeling about this Gloucestershire 2023 campaign. Compartmentalise it if you want.
Connors. Charlesworth plays that into the onside. The view you just had a minute ago, that is our view from our commentary position. There we go. That is exactly our view. And what a lovely view it is. It's like you're looking through Ian Randall's glasses. Like you're looking through Gary Gilmore's eyes. Who sang that? The Adverts, was it?
Might have been.
Charlesworth plays it into the onside.
I think that's right, actually, Dan.
Gary Gilmore. Yeah, it was the Adverts.
Impressive knowledge.
Yeah. Looking through Gary Gilmore's eyes. I mean, where do these people...
Not the former Australian left armer who ruined England's World Cup at Headingley in 1975.
You are killing me. Charlesworth out to mid.
But he did, didn't he?
He did ruin our World Cup 1975. He had a good beard, didn't he, Gary Gilmore? The Australian one, not the murderer in the United States who the Adverts sang the song about. Lyrics in there such as, when looking through Gary Gilmore's eyes, Gary don't need his eyes to see, Gary and his eyes are parted company. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through Ben Charlesworth. Anyway, that was the view, what you saw there through Ian Randall's eyes.
Yes, and held its line, and probably wasn't it getting much higher than roll of the thigh pad. Roll of the pad, not roll of the thigh pad.
Nicely played by Charlesworth. Mid on, there he is. Oh, he's sans beard there.
Yeah, very familiar action that.
Yeah, there you go. You're looking through Gary Gilmore's eyes there. Or looking into Gary Gilmore's eyes. Left alone, that completes the over. 14 for none. Charlesworth's on 12. Dents on none. Both have been dropped this morning. Well, no, Charlesworth's been dropped twice, hasn't he?
Charles has been dropped twice.
Yep.
Yeah. Tom Price downstairs, just sitting on the level below us on the balcony. I hope he's not obstructing Dave Fletcher's view, because Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby is broadcasting from that box today, along with Ed Hadwin. But he's just having a chat. Tom Price, I think, looks like he's got one of the coaches with him. Dahl in with a first delivery from a new over. Very pleasant conditions here at the Seat Unique today. I say it is Walkers and Talkers Day, so generally I'm looking at James here. The walk is at 10 and the talk is at 11. Is that right? That's the way it normally works? Yeah, he's nodding at me. The walk is obviously the lap of the ground. Dahl past umpire Shantry. Umpires, of course, change ends after the first two innings. So Matthew Lamb now in at third slip alongside Madsen and Harry Kame. But nothing doing here for Derbyshire so far in terms of wickets, so they have spurned a couple of opportunities. Dent still yet to score, and lets that go outside the off stump. This could end up being a bit like a glorified net for Gloucestershire today. We've got to make the game safe first, of course, and that probably means batting even at modest pace. They need to bat probably 2 sessions to be absolutely safe. Would Derbyshire fancy chasing hypothetically 230 overs? Would they feel that was on if they were to bowl Gloucestershire out in that time? Certainly it would be in their favour. Hard to bowl a team out in that kind of time frame unless literally they're going for it from ball one right down the order and never slacken up in their pursuit of the total. So in theory, 91 overs available of play when Gloucestershire's second innings started. Maiden to Anuj Dahl, and Gloucestershire still behind at the moment, 14 without loss off 8. So it does look like it's a question of batting for safety in the game. And they're saying to Derbyshire, well, if you want to chase something, you're going to have to bowl us out. We're not going to compromise our position. Connors to continue from the far end, the Ashley Down Road end. Again, it's back over length, and Charlesworth just defends out onto the onside. Leicestershire squeezing down that potential target at Hove. Charlesworth into the leg side from a ball that again is just a little leg side of straight from Connors. Lewis Reesigan does the fielding. They need Unwar Amin, who was a a late sign. He's been playing club cricket, I believe, over in this country, despite the fact his background is much higher than that. And he certainly was out cheaply in the game up at Grace Road, but he's giving Colin Ackerman good support at the moment. That's turned again into the leg side by Charlesworth, but he won't get a run. He's made 94 and Colin Ackerman 132, and they together have so far added 176 for the 4th wicket. So Leicestershire still with people like Rayan Ahmed and Ben Cox to come. And certainly not out of the chance of winning that. They need 211 more. They started needing 499. And that also, a new ball is due shortly in that Leicestershire second innings. That's a lot of bowling for a young Sussex attack. They've used 7 bowlers already. And not much happening for the spinners by the looks of it. Both James Coles and Jack Carson haven't yet got a wicket between them, and quite a lot of overs sent down, 28 in fact in all. Charlesworth does work this away on the leg side, and he might get 4. There's a long chase round there for Alex Thompson. He can't haul it in, so another boundary to Charlesworth. And if Connors is errant, he and Brown's problem in this game really has been directional, and that was quite a long way outside leg stump, so Charlesworth had no problem just helping it on its way for 4. Have you been mixing with the royalty again down there?
I have, yeah. Been fangirling over Tom Price. Connors in. Charlesworth defends. Tom's currently injured, just trying to sort out his winter plans. He's going to try and pop in. For 15-20 minutes. He's just got a meeting going on at the moment.
It's quite a long day ahead of us, so we've got quite a big opportunity for him, and I'm sure that, as tends to happen at the end of the season, most of the players will probably take a month off, probably have a holiday, and then, as we've established yesterday with Matt Taylor potentially going away, James Bracey going away, they may head off to sunnier climes to play some club cricket. So Anuj Dal has had his opening burst, so to speak, in this second innings. 4 overs for 7, and Lewis Rees is going to see if he can get the ball to swing at all from this pavilion end. Still a similar field. Rees over the wicket. Oh, that's too short to swing, and Chris Dent can get his first runs with probably his favourite shot. Cracked away off the back foot past a fairly orthodox cover for 4 to the mound stand. A shot he's played probably not even hundreds of times, thousands of times in the nets or in a competitive game. Gloucestershire just a boundary in arrears now. Rees in. Oh, that does swing a little. Away outside the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest. Mike Smith, the match referee, was up with us in the box yesterday. Just and around the point where there was some bad light, and we were talking to Mike about the square here at Bristol and which half was relayed in the 60s and which half has basically always been the same. And so what Mike confirmed about that. It's a beamer from Rees. That's literally flown out of the hand. It's a no ball.
And a warning. That'll be a first warning.
I'm sure that wasn't deliberate. Here's
No.
here's the replay. Dent's played that at sort of just above waist height. As Mike also confirmed yesterday, Dom Goodman had what he called a first and final.
Yeah, I
Bowling
mean,
for the number of short balls he was bowling at one particular phase. Here's Reese again. He's going for that Yorker. That was a more accurate attempt at it. Still dug out by Dent.
I mean, Dom Goodman being in front of the match referee. I mean, it's like nicking the Dalai Lama for breach of the peace. There's no more unlikely candidate to be in front of the match referee than Dominic Goodman.
And Mike said that he's had one or two instances this year where somebody has effectively been on the end of a low-level disciplinary penalty. Another attempted Yorker from Reese has slipped out of his hand, and Dent's put that away. They'll get a couple. It wasn't called as a no ball.
No, it was a low full toss.
Yeah, but Mike said that the player concerned was it was a young player, and he had no idea how serious the punishment was. Would he get a ban? And Mike basically said he'd almost crawled into the meeting very sheepishly. It's only a form. Just fill a form out and just accept that this is the punishment. And it's is that it? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Reese in again, and Dent will get another single here. So profitable over this for Dent in terms of getting off the mark and then ticking the runs up. And just to clarify that, Dan, because you're as we know, a regular umpire on a Saturday. There are 4 levels.
There are 4 levels.
Yeah.
So level 1 will be dissent. Normally level 2 would be dissent with language. Level 3 is generally the next stage up. It's normally a serious. It's quite a serious matter. Level 4, generally looking at
off the edge from Charlesworth, but played with soft hands, and he'll get 4 for it. And Gloucestershire now in front overall.
level 4. You're looking at least, a very long ban from the game. It's normally the threat of violence, or violence towards an individual, violence towards an umpire. So yeah, I mean, it's a serious charge. They're quite rare. Often they go with a captain getting done as well with failure to control his players, because normally by the time it gets to a level 4 it's escalated. You've normally had a word with the skipper to control his player, and it's escalated from there. But it's very rare, and to be fair, I found on a Saturday afternoon umpiring that I think having played the game helps, but I think that it's enjoyable. I still think there's respect towards an umpire in cricket, and I still think that, if you love the game, if you're coming towards the end of your playing days and you want to stay involved in the game, still have a beer with the boys and get the best seat in the house on a Saturday. Then get down to your local county, go on their website, because I'm sure that they'll be running courses. You go and do your level 1. I played the game for 35 years, did my level 1, and I still found out things there. There were still things that were new to me, which opened my eyes, and I thought I knew, everything about cricket. And there are things there like, I'll come on to it after this ball, because Mark Watt, he's going to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end. Defence.
Connor's 5 overs for 11.
So, for instance, Ian, James Healy is bowling. You're batting. I'm at the non-strikers end.
It's a short game.
Then defends. You whack one up in the air. Just as James Healy is about to catch it, I smash him in the jaw with a forearm smash, and he drops the ball. There's an appeal to the umpire regarding obstruction of the field, which is upheld, and rightly so. As Dent just runs that down off the face. He's going to get 2, probably. Pat Brown in pursuit. Yes, he does get 2. So there's an appeal to the umpire for obstructing the field, which is upheld. As I said, rightly so, because he's lying on the ground having been smashed in the jaw. It would be you that's out, even though I've committed the crime. Oh, Dent's got a top edge on this. It's going to spin away just for 1. No, they're going to come back for 2. Dent is quick.
Sharpest runner in the club.
Yeah, he is. He is. So it's always the striker who is out in that regard. Even though I've committed the crime, it would be you who is out obstructing the field.
Oh, and
it's just little things like that, which I never knew.
Mike Smith told a wonderful little tale yesterday of a situation where there was no answer.
Yeah.
We might try and explain it if Reese is going to bowl the next over, because it's difficult when Watt's bowling in.
I thought it was fascinating, that chat with Mike Smith. I really did. I thought he was really good, engaging company. And he was with us for about half an hour, wasn't he? Dent defence.
Yeah, the situation involves rain in a T20 match.
Yeah.
And we'll explain it a bit more after this one, and Dan will put me right if I get it wrong. He always does.
What? Over the wicket. I wasn't being rude there, Ian. I wasn't questioning. I did hear what you said there. Don't worry.
So the scenario, and Dan will say we'll put you right on this, is a team batting second in a T20 is forced off the field with 1 ball left with...
They're in the power play.
We're in the power play.
And there's a no ball.
And there's a no ball. That's right.
Front foot no ball, so there's a free hit.
And when the teams return, obviously there's a reduced number of overs left. What do you do?
Do they have to have... I'll come on to it.
Reese into Dent, who again plays a comfortable shot. Clip up to mid-on for 1.
Mike's question was, does the coming out of the power play supersede the fact that you need to have the same field the next ball after a free hit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Which, which is right.
There was no answer, apparently.
No, there is no answer.
It's one of those ones which...
But I thought he was fascinating company, Mike Smith. I thought he was a really good bloke.
Reese, and again to Charlesworth. Again, that's leg side, so Charlesworth can fiddle that down to fine leg. 1 more to him. So 38 without loss, Gloucestershire here, and a couple of chances have been spilt. Derbyshire need to cling on to everything if they're going to have any chance of forcing the issue here. Everything's got to stick. Reese again tries the Yorker, but Dent equal to it. He's a bit quicker than this gentleman, but he reminds me a little bit of Mike Buss at Sussex.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Sorry, for people with longer memories, that's probably 70s.
Where was Field Bus?
Well, yes, but yeah, it is him, but he's known as Mike Buss.
Were there 2 different ones?
No, I think he just dropped the field element
Okay.
of the name. I think. So, Andy Stovald was Andrew Willis Stovald,
Right.
but known as Andy Stovald.
Derbyshire fans will remember Ashley Harvey Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sadly shot in a Johannesburg bar, wasn't he? I think in the 90s.
Reese again.
famously gave his false teeth to Dickie Bird at Buxton in the snow when on that rutted pitch, and then collected them 2 balls later, having had one that shot along the deck by all accounts.
A former colleague of mine was born and grew up in Buxton.
You're very high up there, aren't you, in Buxton?
You are. Yeah. And
Derbyshire's got some beautiful countryside, hasn't it?
well, that's nicely bowled. A little bit wide. Charlesworth crossfoot chasing it.
Got dragged in, didn't he?
But he didn't get a nick, so he's still there. And how wide was this, in fact? Oh, actually, it wasn't that wide. It wasn't that wide at all, but it did go quite a long way after it pitched.
Yeah. Yeah, some beautiful countryside. Blue John Caves.
Well, various parts of the Peak District are
Yeah.
very, very picturesque.
Monsall Head, I think it is. Lovely part of the world there. The Heights of Abraham, which is a cable car, isn't it? Sort of Matlock that way. Matlock Bath.
Ashbourne's a nice place too.
Yeah. Bakewell.
Getting back to food again. You can't keep them off food, can you?
What's the country house? Is it Castle Howard? Is that there?
Further north.
Yeah, I think it's just... Dent defends.
Castle Howard's in Yorkshire, isn't it?
Chatsworth. Chatsworth's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I'm sure Castle Howard's in
Yeah.
Yorkshire.
Oh, Dent has put that into the first floor of the flats. Where's that one come from?
Clearly didn't think Mark Watt was spinning it very much. Good use of the feet. Picked the length. And we got the teapot from Mark Watt for the first time. Spinner never likes that, so what does Leicester Ploy do?
Yeah, Bakewell and Chesterfield. Home to the Devonshire family, Chatsworth House. Like Ian Randall's house, being passed down through 16 generations. Like the family home in Gloucester. What? Just tosses that one a little higher, bowls that one slower. Good bowling there from Watt. Like to see that. I hate seeing when spinners get whacked for a 6. Bowl the next one flatter. I like to see him toss the next one even higher. Tempt the batter in.
3 round the bat.
Oh, that's reverse swept. I don't see Dent pull out the reverse very often, but he did there. And it's gone away for 4 runs. And I get the feeling that Gloucestershire might be trying to set up a target here.
Well, they only lead by 23.
I get the feeling something's going on here, Mr. Randall. Dent defends that. That completes the over. 49 for none. Charlesworth 21, Dent 24. 13 overs gone.
Yeah, I mean, if there has been no collusion, if we can put it like that, in terms of... Because on occasions, captains do talk about overs and numbers of runs, and if you can't get to a number that everybody agrees on, then there is no game, so say. And therefore Gloucestershire would have to force it themselves. 78 overs play left. They would not be setting anything less than 220.
No, absolutely not. There's no point. You don't just, hand it over, do you? You've got to make somebody work for it. And it's a fine line between setting a big enough target and having enough overs in the bank to actually bowl a side out as well.
It's probably the greater issue, actually, is the overs. Short chases would generally favour the batting team. Rees, again, really is only moving the ball one way, which is away from the left-hander. If there is some swing there for him, and there was a little in the last over. This ball's still quite new, only in the 14th. Passed on by Chantry. See, he bowls it a bit straighter and the movement goes. He bowls it a little bit wider and it starts to go.
Goes extravagantly, doesn't it? Yeah.
As you say, there's very little margin here. Obviously, Gloucestershire have a fallow week next week, and they complete the season by the seaside at Hove. Again, Charlesworth forward defending. Discussing just briefly in the office this morning one or two of the end of season awards, which I'm sure will be presented. I think it's the 6th of October, the dinner.
Yeah.
End of season dinner. I think OJ Price is going to be fairly prominent in most nomination lists.
Yeah, I think
by Charlesworth to mid-wicket no run.
He might be going home with more silverware than's in your cutlery drawer at home, Ian.
He's had a good summer. He is currently the high. I we come back to this concept of aggregates across the season. He is the highest run scorer. And that situation has only been enhanced by his 100 in this match. There's no ball from Lewis Rees, overstepping. .50 up for Gloucestershire. Started this second innings 26 in arrears when Pat Brown was out this morning. Last man for Derbyshire, who batted on at 10:30 today. Rees in again. Again, that's the floater, and it's driven, partially stopped by Matt Lamb, but he may not get everything on it. It will still go for 4. He's trying to tempt Charlesworth with those slightly slower deliveries that are pitched up, but Charlesworth and Dent in different fashions have both got into the 20s here, in Gloucestershire 29 in front. Might be an appropriate moment just to say as well that obviously this is the last first team cricket here for Gloucestershire this year. There is still availability in the Jack Russell stand, that is low alcohol and no alcohol, for the Ireland match on the 26th, and there's also some availability in the Mound stand. If you still want to come to that game, you can still get tickets. Details, of course, on the club website. And I will come one other bit of housekeeping after this was over.
This defended there into the onside. No run. Ooh, Guest whips off the bails there and inquires. But umpire Jack Chantry now at the pavilion end. Obviously the umpires switch ends in the second innings. Says no. Dent kicks that one away. Yet we've got a wonderful event here at Christmas as well, I believe. A drone show. Ian Randall will
Wrap
be
up warm.
flying them. Ian Randall will be flying them, and he'll be dressing up as Father Christmas. Dent plays that into the onside.
I
It
thought
should
you were
be-
going to say that we were going to do the commentary for a minute.
Listen, we'll do anything for a fee. We'll do anything for a fee. Defended there by Chris Dent. This is a good over this from Mark Watt. Paul Hibbard's been in touch on the email. I'll come on to it. That's just defended. That's a maiden over. 55 for none. Right, Paul Hibbard. My gut feeling is that with a bit more experience in the team this season, it could have been so much better. Marshawn DeLange was a big loss on the bowling front, but the side needs an experienced, solid middle order batter at 4 or 5 to post a really big score in both red and white ball. A Graham Clark type. That's a really interesting point, Paul, because he's had a wonderful season for Durham. He's always been perceived as being a white ball player in recent years. New coaching team there, Ryan Campbell at Durham, and they've got him into red ball cricket. He got 100 here, he got 100 a week ago, didn't he? Or was it last week he got 100? A load of them got 100. Lee's got yet another 100. Baz the leader got 100 for Durham as well, and Graham Clark got 100. There are a lot of good young players, Paul continues, who will hopefully remain at the club, and along with the coaching staff, will be given more time to develop. Paul's enjoyed the stream once again this season. He's looking forward to next season. And he also says there must have been a match when Mike Buss opened the batting for Sussex with his brother Tony going in at number 11. Bicknell-esque. Best regards, Paul Hibbard. Paul, what a great email. That stuff from brothers going in at 1 and 11 comes from Ben Charlesworth and Luke Charlesworth in this innings. Vincent Mazoya. Good morning, Dan. Ian.
Spin from both ends. That Reese experiment didn't last very long. Going to see Alex Thompson with his off spin. With 2 left-handers to bowl at. Bowls to Charlesworth.
Vincent is a young Frenchman living near Paris who discovered cricket a few years ago and immediately fell in love with the game. I wanted to thank you for a wonderful commentary this season. Vincent, formidable.
Thompson in again. Ooh. Charlesworth wasn't sure where that was going.
Now, Vince.
Didn't play that with any great conviction either.
Actually, I'm going to come on to Vincent's email at the end of the over.
Slip and a short leg for Thompson. That's 2 that have probably gone out of a foothold there, but if the ball is starting to turn off the straight, then these 2 will need to be careful in their defence. Thompson again. Charlesworth gets right across. I think it was always likely we were going to get the spinners involved pretty early here. Thompson trots in, and Charlesworth plays that pleasantly out to Harry Kame at short extra. So just Badson at slip and Lamb, I think, at short leg. Thompson wheeling in, and Charlesworth defending. So if Thompson and Watt are going to bowl for any length of time, at least the over rate won't be a problem.
So, Vincent is a young Frenchman living near Paris who discovered cricket and has fallen in love with the game. And it's always difficult and feels artificial to pick which team to support when one has no strong links to the territories and cities represented in a competition. Vincent said he originally followed Glamorgan, but discovered with great pleasure and attention the Gloucester line-up during the first match of this season. He started following Gloucestershire, and after a few months his allegiances had definitely switched. As Dent drives that one out to mid-off. This is mainly thanks to your commentary. Ian Randall, you are converting. You are like St. Paul. Converting people. Oh, that's gone up in the air. Oh, what has that come off? Has that come off bat? Has that come off pad? Let's have another look. It's off the back of the bat. Oh, and it was right down short leg's throat, but he was taking evasive action. Ooh. Bit of turn, but from wide.
Very wide.
Yeah, out of. I mean, that would be out of the Colin Croft footholes, that would be, wouldn't it? That's gone in the air, over mid-on, and that's going to run away for 4 runs to Chris Dent. So, Vincent says also he's converted to Gloucestershire, thanks to our commentary, and of course the attitude and performance of the players, especially the Price brothers. And he does hope that Tom Price recovers well from his injury. It's obviously a bit sad by the season's results for Glos, but it was a great experience to fall in love with the team, and the one-day cup adventure was incredible to follow, showing great promise from the young players and personally making me appreciate immensely the one-day format before the World Cup. Dent plays that into the onside. No run. He's hoping one day he might take a few days off and attend a game, ideally in Bristol or Cheltenham. And I send you my best regards. Well, Vincent, you come and say bonjour to Ian Randall and I, and we would love to have a chat with you, mate. And lovely email. Thank you very much.
And Jerry Wilson's home has
just pumped away for a single.
Sorry,
today.
Dan.
Go on.
Jerry Wilson's home has put me right on the Michael Buss. He said Mike Fieldbus was a Maltese-born player who played for Essex and Notts, and not the Mike Buss of Sussex. Jerry, thank you for just correcting, as you always do, on our errors.
He also says about umpiring and bans. And there's been a ban in the Northern Premier Cricket League because Jerry's based up in Blackpool, isn't he? And there's a notice that's been issued for a level 4. Now, we said a level 4 was a long ban.
Yeah.
But some poor bloke in Blackpool.
Or that part of the world.
Yeah. He's got 277 years. He was issued a level 4 on the 31st of March 2023. And this expires on the 31st of March 2300. Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
2300?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is quite long.
It's a life ban, basically.
Yeah. Here is Thompson. In and squirted away by Chris Dent down towards the third man boundary. It's a long chase and a successful chase as well. They come back for 3 now. They won't. They'll just take 2.
Yeah, it's a life ban, isn't it? It's a life ban. He's obviously done something very naughty.
I wonder if it was meant to be 2030 and it's turned out as a typo.
7 year. I mean, there was an incident a few years ago in London where an umpire was accosted by a player in the car park after the game.
Thompson, and again, Dent just puts his pad right across this time.
And beaten up, and one of them got a 10-year ban and the other one got a life ban. And rightly so.
Well, considering he started so slowly, Chris Dent has now overtaken Ren Charlesworth. The regressive shot from Dent down the ground. He's picked that up well. That'll bounce straight away for 4.
Can't go around whacking umpires, can you? Even if you think you've got a rough one, you can't go round. And the same with rugby as well. As soon as you put your hands on a referee, it's a life ban, isn't it? It's a life ban if you know. And that's why there's respect in cricket and rugby.
Thompson in again for Dent, having picked the last one.
Compared to football.
Defended the first one.
Compared
to the next one.
Compared to football. You see players surrounding referees, giving them back chat, etc. And You don't get that so much in cricket, and you definitely don't in rugby. And I think the 10-yard rule in rugby is brilliant.
Thompson definitely turning it from this pavilion end, but it is turning from wide. Sun's just gone in, and again that's spinning, but from the point where Dent doesn't need to play it if he doesn't want to. 66 without loss from 18 overs, so the rate's nearly up at 5 and over. These two have started slowly but built steadily so far. Connors 5 overs for 11, Dahl 4 overs for 7. Lewis Rees, that was a brief experiment, and Wattsbold 4 overs for 20 from the far end, Ashley Down Road end. But if Gloucestershire are trying to set something up, and I still think it's against the odds for them to do it, then they've got to keep attacking what.
You do wonder, though, if there is some sort of collaboration going here, because Dent's gone down the ground a few times and the men haven't gone back. And it's not, collaboration where it means that, you're throwing up pies and you're saying, right, there you go. It's, it's collaborative collaboration. What? In? That's got to be close. Charlesworth has probably got outside the line, maybe. But it was a good shout for LBW there. Charlesworth batting on off stump. Yeah, he's outside the line. Reverse from Charlesworth. He's going to get one. Pat Brown scurrying around the corner.
Do you think Ollie Price does reverse sweep classes for everybody else?
Yeah, I reckon he does. I reckon Ollie Price is so adept at the reverse sweep that he actually gets his hairbrush and combs it the other way with the parting on the other side. He's that good at reverse sweeping. Dent defends.
Nigel Dean on social media says, well done to the team for providing another season of commentary on All Matters Gloucestershire. So, Nigel, thank you for that.
Yep, thank you. Oh, that's gone up in the air. Shout for a little bat pad against Chris Dent. Not upheld. Hugh Lloyd. Hello, Hugh. You listening in? He's a Derbyshire man. Got told off once for referring to him as Derby when they're Derbyshire. But Hugh's a good man. He's been up to my ground at Southgate in North London. It's Dent defence. He said Chatworth House has its own cricket ground, one of the most beautiful grounds in the country, and definitely the most picturesque that Hugh has played on. He's actually sent me a picture there.
Glamorgan have lost Eddie Byram in the game against Yorkshire, bowled by Best for 101.
We'll try and get that picture up on our social media, James.
So Glamorgan now 3 down and 19 runs behind Yorkshire. So still a new ball due in 10 overs there, so that probably is the pivotal point in that match. And things progressing a bit too at Hove. Leicestershire have lost 2 wickets. Ackerman and Umar Amin both out. Ackerman for 136 and Amin for 94. So Leicestershire now need 186 more to win, but they are 5 down, and a lot of the responsibility there will be on Rian Ahmed and Ben Cox, then the not-out batsman. Here, Gloucestershire still with the openers in together in the second innings, and I suppose with...
There's Chatsworth House. Look at that. That's beautiful. Hugh Lloyd there with the photo. What a lovely setting that is. Gorgeous.
41 ahead, half an hour or so to go to lunch.
Hugh has also put me right. It's not just you being corrected this morning, Ian. It's me here. Look, Dan, it's Blue John Caverns, not Caves.
Oh.
People from Castleton. I won't call it Castleton because I'll get really badly told off. Castleton will have your eyes out.
Thompson in again. Aerial. And safe. There are gaps on the offside. Connors is deep on the boundary. Derbyshire have encouraged, as you might expect, Gloucestershire to go the aerial route if they want to accelerate the run rate. Mark Watt now dropping back at long on as well. Charles is just going to take a single off that last shot into the deep on the offside. Yeah, the collusion you speak about, Dan, I think comes if Gloucestershire are maybe 100 ahead at lunch.
I think there's a little bit there though, already. The fact that they're not putting the field back.
But 100 ahead at lunch, then you get into the element of, right, okay, 10 overs of some gentle stuff and you might have a game.
Yeah.
Might.
Maybe. Perhaps. Could have, should have, would have.
People don't want to see long spells of what you might call buffet bowling, do you?
No.
you
no.
But people understand maybe 40 minutes or so is kind of acceptable if you're really trying to make a game out of a situation that doesn't really look as if it's going to develop one. At the moment, the game is just quietly ticking along and Gloucestershire are trying to bat themselves towards safety. The lead is still quite small. George Scrimshaw's going to be needed to go on the field in a moment by the looks of it. He's just getting himself ready. Charles has gone for the reverse sweep and he's been bowled, I think.
Has he been bowled?
Yes,
he has been bowled.
He has been bowled. Going for the reverse sweep. Mark Watt has a wicket.
These bails aren't... Yeah, he's just taken the off bail there. So Ben Charlesworth departs, trying to accelerate the total. He goes for 27. He's had a few starts recently, hasn't he, where he's not gone on.
Yeah.
But that's a good opening partnership there. They put on 80 in the first innings and now 68 in the second. Charlesworth goes for 27. Bowled by Mark Watt.
And across the summer, it's only it's a rarity for Watt to get a red ball wicket. James Bracey in at number 3.
News from Hove, Leicestershire. Oh.
Well, I said a moment ago 5 down.
Yes. They are 5 down. 319 for 5.
Yeah.
Interesting. Set up beautifully there, isn't it?
So James Bracey in at number 3.
But both the kingpins there, Ackerman and Armin, 136 and 94, but they've both been winkled out by Jack Carson. He said Frank Carson, Jack Carson. Rehan Ahmed, 18 not out. Ben Cox has gone there from Worcestershire. How ironic would it be if Ben Cox and Leicestershire pipped Worcestershire to the title? Ooh.
Well, what, to the promotion place, you mean?
Sorry, to the second place.
Yeah.
Bracey defends, no run. What's your view, Ian, on Bracey going in at 3? Ollie Price has had a brilliant year at 3. What's your view?
I wonder if this is a specific role for him here.
Big sweep. Missed out. He looks full of intent though, doesn't he?
Yes, you've got the two spinners. I mean, Ollie Price clearly plays spin well.
I mean, James Bracey, I think, needs to be... I mean, I think he's too low at 6, without a doubt. It's where do you fit him in? He defends that.
But it comes back to that.
I mean, I saw him get a 177 against Yorkshire last year at 3.
It's that concept, isn't it, of, you know, when you are keeping wicket, your workload is a lot heavier than any of the fielders.
Yeah. Big turn there. Bracey gets on top of it. Plays it around the corner. Came is at leg slip.
Just to go back to Mark Watt. He took 9 wickets at Chesterfield against Yorkshire. But other than that, he's only taken 4 first-class wickets all season.
Just defended there.
Not played a great deal, I get that. But he is mainly a white ball operator. And Derbyshire wouldn't have many games this season where they'd have played 2 spinners. How many games has Thompson played, for that matter? Thompson's played 7, so you know, there would be games where Derbyshire would have gone in with a completely seam attack and not really played a spinner at all. For Gloucestershire, with Zafar, the thing with Zafar is that, although again not quite so much this year, you'd be hopeful that his batting would be of value. 42 the lead, 1 wicket down. Thompson in, and Chris Dent defends, and then goes through that ritual after every ball of scratching his guard with his stud. Thompson with a slip and a short leg. Again, Dent forward. There we are. there's the motion.
We were speaking about Dent being very open in his stance and becoming more open in his stance. If you actually notice, he's got a trigger movement where he closes that up just as the bowler is about to release. There it goes.
And he'll squeeze a single out on the offside. Plenty of space out towards.
See his trigger movement there. Just as the bowler is about to release, he closes it up.
Tommy's got to his age and worked out after 11,000 runs what works for him. He won't be too bothered how it aesthetically looks, I don't think.
I think he's a very pretty player, Chris Dent. I think he's pleasing on the eye.
Bracey almost yorked by Thompson, floated that right up, but Bracey equal to it.
He has started to bat in glasses again this year, I've noticed. I don't know if he's batting in glasses today.
Again tossed up by Thompson, and Bracey underway. Runs it all the way out to Sam Connors at deep point. Yeah, those sat in the sunshine at the far end of the ground, probably very pleasant. It's not as hot, obviously, as it has been in recent days. Thompson around the wicket, and Dent not tempted, so the off spinner still waiting for his first wicket. Rees 3 overs for 22 from this end after the new ball partnership of Connors and Dahl were split up. So we've had 10 overs of spin from Derbyshire so far in this Gloucestershire second innings. Derbyshire batted on this morning, but it wasn't long before Pat Brown was out. LBW to Zafar. Zafar finishing with 5 wickets, his first 5-wicket haul of the season. The deficit on first innings for Gloucestershire was 26, so there's the lead, 44, and we have just over a quarter of an hour to go to lunch.
Bracey about to face Mark Watt, sweeps and goes straight into short leg. I was looking for it out, crossing the boundary out there. Because he probably nailed that one.
Yeah, Matthew Lamb's taking the punishment in there. He's got the lightweight pads on. He's got all the protective gear on.
Quicker ball from Watt.
They've got a short, straight mid-on as well.
Yeah.
Now for Bracey. Anuj Dahl is in there.
Just defended.
Obviously,
Yeah.
he'd be playing with the spin that in on that side of the.
But going back to my
wicket.
point about Dent, I wonder, as your eyes, as you get older, as I'm sure you're aware, Ian, your eyes can deteriorate somewhat. That's swept. That's going to be 4 runs. That's controlled sweep there from James Bracey. Good shot. 4 runs. Let's have another look at that. Chops down on it. Chops down on the sweep. Nice shot.
It's a long way outside off stump too when it pitched. So,
But as you get older, your eyes can deteriorate, and I wonder if Dent has become more open like that, so he's got both eyes facing down the wicket at the bowler. I wonder if one eye is, maybe needs more sort of vision than the other perhaps, and by that way you can get both eyes looking back down. I don't know, it's just a theory perhaps.
another fielder out on the leg side.
Bracey then puts it into the offside for 1.
He's
Pat
got
Brown runs round.
He's got a 6-3 split field.
Yeah.
Mark Watt. He's only got one man in front of square on the offside, who is at mid-off.
Defended by Dent. That completes the over. 75 for 1. Dent's 36. Bracey's on 6. Yeah, so that's my theory on Chris Dent. But whatever it is, Chris Dent is still a very, very good player. And what a servant he has been to Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. He's probably the wicket that they want, isn't he? The opposition. And there's no higher accolade.
Yes.
Than that. I mean, Ollie
Yes.
Price is a good player, Bracey's a good player, Van Buren's a good player, Miles Hammond's a good player, Charles Worth's a good player, but Dent is probably the prize, isn't he? The ultimate prize.
Certainly, in terms of number of runs he scored over a period of time. Ooh, not timed by
Yeah, I'm sure
Bracey.
virtually every county has been, on the receiving end of Chris Dent at some point.
Thompson with his gentle off spin. Again, go back to our conversation with Mike Smith yesterday. He said he quite liked the look of Thompson.
Yeah.
He felt he was much more of a danger potentially than Watt. Again, that's floated right up and dug out by Bracey.
There's not many batters who've got 100 against the 17 other counties, are there, over the years? Matthew Maynard did it.
Well, didn't Ramprakash have...
And Ramprakash got...
Well, he's got gone against all 18, I think, because obviously he played for both Middlesex and Surrey.
Ah, yes, of course, yeah.
I think he is one of the very few who've got one against everybody.
Yeah. Matthew Maynard had Middlesex to do, and finally did it, probably in the early 2000s. It's some feat, isn't it? It means you probably got to score 30 plus hundreds, because, as we've seen with, say, Ollie Price, he's got 2 of his hundreds against Derbyshire, for instance, so, and that's this season.
That's yes, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, white ball and red ball. If you're going just red ball hundreds, then
I think I think.
Probably having to go back a few years.
Yeah, but Ramps does have it, I think.
The Rebel, just purely
Yeah.
Rebel. I think Matthew Maynard might have it as well.
So Deploy coming into it's a short straight mid-off, I suppose you'd call that. Just trying to squeeze the space here for James Bracey. 68 overs left, or 67 overs left after this delivery in the day's play. And there's certainly, with Watt and Thompson on, as Bracey again defends, they certainly should be getting through the overs at the right moment. We've got 12 minutes to go until lunch, so if Derbyshire get down to 30 to 64, which is where they should be,
Yeah, I think they'll be...
they won't be bowling more than that, I don't think. There's the overall match position. Derbyshire lead of 26. Gloucestershire's Centurion Ollie Price. Derbyshire's Centurion on his 100th first-class appearance, Lewis Deploy. And 5 wickets for Zafar. That was a long bowl, nearly 40 overs to get that 5 for 122. And then Gloucestershire just quietly ticking along in the second innings here. If only we hadn't lost 2 sessions of this game, and this was getting towards the end of the afternoon session on the 3rd day, we'd be saying, right, everything possible.
Watt to Dent, who gets that one past Anajdal at mid-wicket, and wide enough of the man at deep square who has to rush round, so Dent does come back for a second run.
Leicestershire now 6 down at Hove.
Ahmed.
Still need 166. Ahmed out for 29.
Who's Unadcat? That's Sussex. I've never heard of him.
Yes, he was signed ahead of this round of games. Just on loan for the last 3 rounds.
Defended there by Dent. Essex have got a Yadav. Middlesex have got a Yadav. Middlesex will also have a Deploy in their ranks next year.
He's going to strengthen their middle order, isn't he?
Certainly will.
You would think.
Watt's going to go around the wicket again to Dent, who kicks that one away. Yeah, I mean, Middlesex have had to sign. Their batting woes have been well documented in recent years. And they signed Mark Stoneman, who was a good signing a few years back, a couple of years ago now.
So, given the...
Deploy might be another good one.
Yeah, given the story that's come out about the ECB watching Middlesex's finances like a hawk
Yes.
going forward...
Yes.
Do you think there is any danger of players being released there at the end of this season?
Yeah, I do. I think that they will have to trim the fat.
Yeah, trim the wage bill.
Yeah. And you do wonder whether some of the guys who've been there a while might have to go. That's low full toss. Dent misses out. Hits it straight to Dahl at mid-wicket. Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what sort of money the guys are on there. I don't know what sort of money the guys are on at Gloucestershire, to be honest with you. I wouldn't like to sort of hazard a guess, or I definitely wouldn't like to put it out in the public domain. But I do know that, there are a number of guys at Middlesex who've been around a long time. The likes of Toby Rowland-Jones as captain, John Simpson, wicket-keeper, Sam Robson, and...
May they have to go down the younger route like Sussex have done.
Possibly.
Here's Thompson in again to Bracey. So the spinners have...
Possibly, but I think if they did have to go, I think there'd be numerous counties in for those 3 because they can all still do a job in county cricket.
Yeah, this is the 14th over of spin in this innings. Oh, bit of sharp work from Brooke Guest, but Bracey's foot was planted.
That was beautifully bowled by Thompson there. Just held it back, a little bit of turn, and yeah, beautifully bowled.
7 saving 1. Bracey defends. Probably 2 overs after this, you would think. Up to lunchtime. Deploy's coming up now from orthodox mid-off, back into this short position on the offside. So you've got a short straight mid-off and a short straightish extra cover just out of each other's eye line. And Bracey turns that into the gap on the onside, but Lewis Rees able to field, no run. Thompson again, and the appeal was for contact with, I think, pad, but possibly just a bat first. Short leg, keeper and slip all went up. Trying to keep the morale of the bowlers up, of course, while they're doing that. Make them think that there's something happening, even if there isn't a great deal. But Thompson is getting a bit of spin there. It's not fast, really rippy spin, if that can be a phrase. It's not really sharp.
No, it's slow turn, isn't it?
It's quite gentle turn. 77 for 1.
Slow turn, time to adjust. And
so
yeah.
what I was going to say a little earlier on, you talk about housekeeping and concerts at the end of the year and such like. The Gloucestershire cricket lovers start their campaign next Monday when Roland Butcher is the guest speaker here. Roland Butcher, Roger Knight, James Hildreth, Martin Bicknell, Ram Prakash. It's a good roster through the winter, right through until April. Memberships can be acquired, sorted out through David Oates, dj.oates@virgin.net. First Monday in the month through the winter.
oh, that's going to be buys, and 4 of them, I think. Yeah, big turn from Mark Watt there. That pitched outside off stump and has gone almost to leg slip.
Didn't want to step inside and get out of the way of that. Just say those Gloucestershire Cricket Lovers Society meetings are obviously here at the Seat Unique Stadium, and they start at 7:30. Membership is £25 for the 8 evenings during the winter, or you can attend individually at £6 per meeting. Copies of the application form, if you want to join, are also available from the Gloucestershire Club office.
Here's Mark Watt, relation of William Wallace. Let's see. If he's got the brave heart to keep tossing it up. Can he spin a web? Like Robert the Bruce's spider. Fires that in, then defends. 81 for 1. Not long to go to lunch now.
One more over.
Yeah.
Interesting, Zaman Akhtar said yesterday, as a pace bowler, some of the pace bowlers don't like to eat much if they're on a bowling day at lunchtime, might need to have a protein shake. I don't think anybody's told Mark Watt that, have they?
Oh, Ian, that's a little unkind.
I think he's a guy who likes to make sure he's got enough energy. Another catcher in close on the leg side again. Trying to squeeze the space for Dent.
There we go, he's bowled well. Good stuff. Me old Arbroath Smoky.
9 overs from Watt, 1 for 28. And it would, as I've mentioned, the Gloucestershire cricket lovers, it would be remiss of me not to mention the Cheltenham Cricket Society for those in the north of the county. Their meetings start in October, first Wednesday of the month. Derek Pringle is the first speaker. Membership there, $32.50 for a series of winter meetings right through until April. And again, if you search cheltenhamcricketsociety.co.uk, they have a website. All the details are there. This might be the last over before lunch. Thompson in with increasingly, in fact the Dent's been there since the start, he's being a bit, if not exactly crowded, certainly squeezed by the field. So he's got a slip, a leg slip and a short leg of Thompson, and 2 men in on the offside, both skipper Deploy and Pat Brown. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Bracey being drawn forward.
I'll come on to a very quick email before lunch.
Do it at the end of the over?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, Bracey back, but organised with his defence. Thompson trying to squeeze another success in. My watch says 12:30, so this will be the last over, I suspect. Just worked on the leg side. Thompson straying in line. It's a long chase for Lewis Rees. They'll certainly get 2, and it'll be a comfortable 2, and that's all.
Is there enough time in this game to set anything up, Ian?
I don't think Gloucestershire have got enough at the moment to make that possible. Bracey again goes back. Yeah, the lead, I think the lead needs to be more than it currently is.
Yeah, I think they needed to go at more than 3.5 and over. I think they needed to go at 5 to 6 and over. Maybe they will after lunch.
The chase will not be long enough, I think. There's probably got to be Thompson will get Bracey off the last ball of the morning session. Bracey is out, caught at slip. Madsen, who missed one yesterday, has taken one now, and Gloucestershire are 83 for 2 at lunch, and they are 57 for 2 net, and that may just keep Derbyshire interested and may stop any collusion of a chase. They've got another of the main batters out, and the spinners have got 1 wicket each. Whether they have enough time remains to be seen, but Chris Dent now probably will be joined by, well, it remains to be seen. It'll probably be Ollie Price at 4, and he ought to be one of the reasons why Gloucestershire should be able to save this match. But against the spinners, he will be tested. 89 for 2 with Bracey's dismissal.
Yeah, shame for James Bracey, shame for Gloucestershire. They'll come out after lunch. Quick email has come in from Graham Hill. spoke about him yesterday. He said, thanks for the nice comments yesterday. He said, long may you both continue next season and beyond. He believes Glenn Turner had hundreds against all counties, including Worcester. But of course, it was pre-Durham days, because Durham only became a first-class county in 1992. I enjoy the commentary very much as it breaks the day up and I am able to work at the same time. Hope your boss doesn't sit anywhere near you, Graham. Hope you're sneaking us in on the quiet there. But thanks for your email. Good to hear from you, mate. You winter well.
And we will leave you for the moment with the lunch score at Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 230 for 3. They lead Yorkshire by 3 runs. Sam North East is still there on 88. I think Yorkshire have got a lot to do to win that game. They need a big impact of the second new ball, which is 6 overs away. Yes, Glamorgan haven't got the slenderest of leads at 3 runs, but 7 wickets still needed, and then every run that obviously Glamorgan score, Yorkshire have then got to reply. And at Hove, Leicestershire 346 for 6 at lunch. They still need 153 more, and it will be, if they're going to get them, Tom Scriven and Ben Cox are going to have to get the bulk of those runs. Colin Ackerman out this morning for 136. We'll be back with you shortly before 10 minutes past 1 with Gloucestershire 83 for 2 in their second innings. As you can see on your screen, a lead of 57.
Yep, we're about to have our last Bristol lunch of the season. See you soon.
Witness the magic of award-winning drone show artists Celestial in a groundbreaking drone light show. Join us for an extraordinary journey through time and space. Evolution. Witness the magic of award-winning drone show artists Celestial in a groundbreaking drone light show. Join us for an extraordinary journey through time and space. Evolution. Witness the magic of award-winning drone show artists Celestial in a groundbreaking drone light show. Join us for an extraordinary journey through time and space. Evolution.
Good afternoon and welcome back here to the Sea Unique Stadium after lunch. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined as always by Ian Randall. Gloucestershire are going to resume their second innings on 83 for 2, having lost James Bracey on the stroke of lunch. Ian, the final afternoon, the final countdown, as Europe told us back in the 1980s.
Yeah, the final afternoon. Lead of 57 for Gloucestershire, and I was chatting to our colleagues from BBC Radio Derby at lunch and said that there's been a couple of occasions this season where Derbyshire have maybe had the chance to tease aside with a declaration or set a game up, and that just doesn't seem to be Laius de Ploy's way. For him, you know, the game will take its natural course. He doesn't like throwing spanners in, and it will be Ollie Price to come out to bat at number 4 with Chris Dent following the dismissal of James Bracey. So on that basis, if Derbyshire want to be chasing, let's just say 170 in 30 overs, they've got to bowl Gloucestershire out in this session. That's the sort of numbers you're looking at, I think.
Yeah, they have, and Gloucestershire probably need to go along at 7 or 8 and over, don't they? Because this game's just going to peter out otherwise, isn't it?
They go along at 7 or 8 and over. Let's say they bat for 8 and over for 20 overs. 160 would leave you with 250 in 40. I don't think Derbyshire would chase that.
So 6 and over, maybe.
I don't think there's enough time left in the game from this position. Anyway, we're going to have Mark Watt. I think he might have a long bowl this afternoon.
Yeah, I think so. Get his lunch down. Here he is, coming over the wicket to Chris Dent, who defends him with a dot ball to start us off.
63 overs in theory as a maximum remaining in the day.
Oh, that's turned and bounced and jumped and spat.
It was a bit too short from Watt, but he will have been, his eyes were lit up at this.
Oh, bowled him through the gate. That's big turn. That's big, big turn. Out of the footholes. That's classic left armer's dismissal. Watt's pleased with that one. And that is a big wicket. Chris Dent goes for 38. 83 for 3. Watt's second wicket bowled.
Yes, two in very quick succession.
Now, would you put Miles Hammond in there as a left-hander, having seen both Charlesworth and Dent being bowled by stuff that's come out of the dirty part of the pitch?
Well, Hammond's got to bat at some stage, and that stage is now. So the answer is yes.
Okay. I think Miles Hammond will play the same way.
Yes, his general view with the spinners is he likes to use his feet.
New batter,
So that would leave
sponsored by Empire Fighting Trust.
Graham van Buren at 6. Suffolk, Ed Middleton. Yeah, I suppose it's not impossible now. Derbyshire have got 3 wickets. They might think, well, add 2 wickets to this score,
exactly.
and suddenly it's a different equation.
Exactly. Gloucestershire got to be careful, because at the moment, the next half an hour isn't about them setting something up. It's about them saving the game.
I don't think there is any element now of setting anything up.
No, I don't think so either.
It's going to be Watt and Thompson who are going to have a long bowl here. As Pete Lamb put on social media last night, at least Gloucestershire would have potentially here, although he was referring to Ollie Price, really, one of the best players for spin, still at the crease on a turning pitch.
Here's Watt. Hammond defends.
But you've got 2 men, neither of whom have faced a ball, having to get a start after lunch here. So it's the lead that's really the critical number.
Hammond plays that through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs.
Yes, just beats Pat Brown.
It's quick Pat Brown, isn't he? Full toss from Watt. Looking to go a little too full to Miles Hammond, possibly. But I wonder how much... I don't think Dent was got out with the ball before, but the ball before was an absolute snorter, wasn't it? But I think it's sometimes you just get 2 massive turners in a row. Hammond plays it differently anyway. Hammond will Dent push forward onto the front foot. Hammond will try and play as much as possible off the back foot, try and give himself as much time as possible to adjust to the turning ball.
So Watt 2 for 32. Obviously you've got a right-hander now for Derbyshire to try and deal with. Ollie Price. So Thompson will come over the wicket. He will change his line. Just say they have started in the ODI at the Oval. England lost a couple of early wickets there. Bairstow and Root both out cheaply, but David Milan and Ben Stokes are in there. 54 for no wicket England after the power play. 54 for no wicket. Sorry, 54 for 2, as you were. 54 for 2 at the end of the power play. Both wickets to Trent Bolt. I say Thompson was going to go over the wicket. In fact, he's going to bowl over the wicket. Hammond is stood very wide there of umpire Chantry. He's been pretty exact with his field placing, so he's got quite a wide third man, extra cover and a mid-off. Ollie Price goes for the reverse, as he often does. There's a tumbling stop and a good one by Pat Brown, but he'll take one. That was the first ball he'd faced, and Price still so confident with that reverse sweep that he played it first up. Just treats it as an automatic shot, just as routine as any other. And now it's a conversation between skipper Deploy and Thompson over what to do for the left-handed Hammond. Dan hadn't finished his yoghurt. Is that right?
I hadn't, no. Ollie Price doing that though, reversing.
plays havoc, doesn't he, with bowlers? Lines, lengths, areas that they want to bowl. He dictates to them.
So Thompson to Hammond for the first time. And just pushed out to Harry Kame. So the men out. Charlesworth bowled by Watt for 27. Dent bowled by Watt 38. Bracey caught by Madsen off Thompson. That was off the last ball before lunch for 8. Hammond forward. 83 for 1. Gloucestershire looked to be in pretty good shape. 88 for 3. Just a bit of rebalancing to do. Mid on and mid off up for Hammond. Oh, that's straightened very nicely for the off spinner. That's done more than straightened. It's angled in and then gone right away. Absolutely textbook.
Yeah, gorgeous bit of bowling there by Thompson.
Yeah. Again, more discussion amongst the Derbyshire fielders. Maybe about having a silly point for Hammond, I would think. Lewis Rees, I think, is the player.
I think they've got to.
Putting
I think
his 3 pennyworth in.
Derbyshire aren't going to lose this game from here.
So where is Kame going to go? Is he going to go into short leg or to slip? No, it's an extra slip. And they're bringing, as a result of that, bringing an extra man over onto the offside. So they're leaving a gap for Hammond at mid-on if he wants to attack it. What is at mid-off? Deploy being pretty precise about where he wants Pat Brown. He is a short fine leg. Thompson again to Hammond. And that's wider this time.
Went though, didn't it? Thompson really
Got to be careful.
wrapping his fingers around it.
That they don't try almost too hard here to try and spin it, Derbyshire, because I think the pitch is doing it for them, isn't it?
Yeah. But what he's got, Thompson, in his armoury, is the one that goes straight on in the arm and attacks Miles Hammond on the inside of the bat, as well as the off spinner that goes away and attacks the outside of his bat, the one that goes on with the arm and crashes into his pads.
Yeah, 1 for 12, as you can see. The lead is 62. I think the safety point for Gloucestershire would probably be, it may be dependent on overs to some degree, but 180 of a lead is probably safe, I would think, because it's going to soak up a lot of overs to get there. And obviously, if they've got wickets in hand, then the nerves will be much reduced. But just at the minute, having lost one just before lunch and one just after, Derbyshire will be very much encouraged.
Well, they're certainly taking their time here, Derbyshire, about their field settings. Obviously in no hurry tonight to get back up the M5. Across the M69 round Birmingham.
Well, I think looks like they're +5 on the over rate, so there is no issue on that. Not that one should encourage them to be slow, mind you, but it's a long debate now. But the price has not faced Watt yet, so I suppose this is kind of understandable at this point.
Keep your emails coming into us. We love to hear from you.
Thoughts on this game? Thoughts on the season as a whole? And say if you want to split it up, you want to look at the Championship, or just look at the One Day Cup, or just look at the T20. More than happy.
Price leaves that one alone.
After all that debate, what they've done is they've put Thompson in at what a short cover.
Again, leaves that one alone.
Yeah, Thompson's not in your shot, but he is not far out of it, quite straight.
Swept. 4 runs. Trademark Ollie Price.
I think we'll be seeing that shot a lot. If Price stays in for an hour or more, we'll be seeing this a lot. That was outside the leg stump. That was, again, directionally not where Watt wanted it.
Yeah.
This, in a sense, is about being able to bowl 5 balls out of 6 in the same place, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Reversed, but can only pick out Harry Kame at short third.
'Cause then you might just build a series of dots up, if both the spinners can do that. Might force the error.
Price gets everything behind that one, defends it.
And you made the point, Dan, earlier that the spin yesterday seemed to be quite slow. It's a bit sharper today.
Yeah, it is. There's one there. Came as a shy at the non-striker's end. Watt sticks out a mitt and stops it from going through for overthrows. So 93 for 3. Yeah, I mean, is that a ball that's 30 overs old, perhaps? Or 20 overs old when these two came on? Who knows?
Looking at the bottom of the first division, interesting game developing at Edgbaston. Northants, who are currently bottom and in danger of coming down to Division 2, have given Warwickshire what looks like a very sporting declaration. Northants need to win. They've set them 176 to win in 2 sessions. Doesn't seem a lot, but Northants say they couldn't leave Warwickshire just batting out for a draw, and they are Warwickshire 15 for 1.
Ooh.
It's not a big target there.
I mean, if Northants got out of it,
Oh, it'd be
It'd be
miraculous.
it'd be the best comeback since Lazarus.
Here's Thompson to Ollie Price. He doesn't play a shot at that, so that will just run away. And it doesn't call dead ball, but there was clearly no intention of...
No, because they didn't attempt to run.
No intention to.
If they had, they would have to complete the first run before he calls dead ball.
Thompson going over the wicket, and again the reverse sweep from Price. What he does when he plays that shot, or seems to do it almost every time, and there may come a point at which he doesn't, is that he's hitting the ball into the ground. It's not, as far as he's concerned, in danger of spooning up off a top edge.
What he does, he gets into a position where his head is over the ball very quickly, Ollie Price. He gets down into that position, whether he conventionally sweeps or reverse sweeps.
Again, the ooh from the cordon, as that goes past Miles Hammond's. I'd say it was a lunge, it was sort of a stretch forward really outside the off stump. Hammond waits again for the off spinner, and he now goes for the reverse, and he's going to get 4 for it. There is nobody out on that point boundary for Hammond, so he brought out the what you might call the T20 switch hit and played it into the gap. 98 for 3. Gloucestershire's lead ticking up. And the quickest way they could really suppress any enthusiasm Derbyshire might have had with those quick wickets either side of lunch would be to put together a 30 or 40 run partnership. Thompson in again, he's turning it past the outside edge. We've seen the sweep and the reverse sweep already used by both these two. And Madsen just saying to Mark Watt, take the lid. That second slip. Thompson bowls that one a bit too wide. End of the over. Also in danger of relegation from the First Division are Kent. They're trying to force a win over Notts and not having it their own way either. Notts are 69 ahead, 250 for 7 in their second innings, so 3 wickets in hand and 69 runs in front. Middlesex also in the bottom 3, trying to save the game at Old Trafford, 39 for 1, trailing Lancashire by 180. No real change in the 2 other games in the second division. Glamorgan are now ahead of Yorkshire, 253 for 3, 25 in front. Sam North East has got his 104 not out there. New ball due for Yorkshire. And Leicestershire, remember, chasing 499 to beat Sussex. They're 357 for 6. They need 142 more. I suspect.
Wow, I mean, that would just be a chase and a half, wouldn't it?
It would. Time is probably not the problem there. It's the wickets column. 142 from here on out doesn't feel very many, but they are 6 down. The Wheeling Watt from the far end.
Oh, Price getting himself a little bit of a tangle there. Has he got one in the head here, I think?
Yeah,
he has.
He's gone towards it and almost, I say, ducked into it.
He's got a top edge into his visor. I think he's all right, but he's protocols and all that needs change of lid. Yeah, I mean, it would be an unbelievable chase. A Roston chase. Do you remember him?
I do.
Sounded like a sort of like an early race in the sort of 1:30, the first race of the day at Plumpton, perhaps.
There was our dear friend Dave Bradley, who does some of the commentary for the BBC on Worcestershire. I don't think Dave did the game at Cheltenham this year, but he has covered Worcestershire, I think, for, I'm going to say, best part of 20 years.
He's a good laugh, isn't he? He's a funny man.
Dave said, think of your cricketers that sound like their motorway service areas. Roston Chase, I think, was one of them.
Yeah. Yes. Lewis Hill could be another one.
There were some really excellent ones. Taunton Dean, I think he said Taunton Dean obviously is a service area, but sounds like a cricketer.
Price goes reversing again. Picks out Thompson.
Yeah.
Short third.
No short leg for Price, you notice.
No. Again reverses. He hits it every time, doesn't he? It's how much he hits it with, but he hits it every time. Just works that one around the corner. for a single.
So these two are Gloucestershire's highest run scorers in the championship this season currently.
With how many?
Just bear in
Price
mind-
has got 708, I believe, hasn't he?
Correct. Hammond started this innings with 746. So not much in it.
No. Watt coming in over the wicket to Hammond, who uses his feet. 99 for 3, both batters on 8. Good symmetry there, which will please our colleague James Healy.
Hammond's squad number's 88, so he's even happier at that.
Yeah. Now, if Hammond had 88 and Ollie Price had 67, and they were 99 for 9, perhaps. All right, someone might have to be. Well, that wouldn't work, would it? That wouldn't work. What am I talking about?
100. I think
999.
Yeah. James would be jumping through hoops at that thought. I think one thing that has been noticeable, and if you've been to the Seat Unique Stadium this summer, you'll know, a lot of roadworks in and around the various routes to the ground.
Oh, yes.
And it's been surprising to me that they were there in April and they're still there now.
They were there in September of last year.
I know they were. Yeah. Here is Thompson in on. Price goes to play the reverse pull and finds the ball isn't there, so it just lets the ball hit him. I was surprised. I thought at the end of last season, those roadworks won't be there when we arrive in April. Of course they were, and now they're still here at the end of the summer. Will they be gone by next April is the question. Steered out by Price for a single. He'll
There's the 100.
play with a low angled bat. There's the 100 up. Take off the 26 deficit Gloucestershire had on first innings. And down in front of the Thatchers there, I'm sure there are a lot of conversations, not quite, with people enjoying each other's company, chatting cricket for the last time this summer, but possibly if they're not going to Hove, could be the case, and it could be a question of shaking hands at the end of the afternoon and saying, you know, hope you keep well through the winter, see you in April. Reverse sweep from Hammond, gets him 4 more. Thompson, if you had to have one, it's a criticism with a small C, he can be a little bit floaty with his delivery on occasions.
Yeah, he's quite slow through the air. But they won't mind Miles Hammond playing those sorts of shots. There's an element of risk there. I think you're right, Ian. It'll soon be January. I hate January as a month. I despise January. I can't deal with January.
When the joy for cricket follows, of course, is that there is the 50 over World Cup to come in the autumn. So that once the domestic season is over, you've still got an important international tournament to look ahead to. Thompson again around the wicket. Hammond uses his feet. And that's why I'm sure Jack Shantry wasn't going to answer that with anything other than a no, as Derbyshire appealed for the LBW. Did see yesterday, I think it was today, Wednesday. Might have been Monday. One of the terrestrial channels is going to show highlights of the World Cup. Channel 5. Edged and caught low down.
That is a brilliant catch.
Very, very low down. Harry Kame, I think that is, at third slip.
That is a brilliant catch. He's been given now. He's gone. Hammond's hanging around. He didn't think it carried. But it's absolutely superb from Harry Kame.
That was a really sharp, low chance. and trudges off. 104 for 4.
Have we got a game on our hands, Ian Randall?
Well, you're throwing your ideas around in your head on the drive down this morning, or indeed try getting stuck in the roadworks around on the way to the last 2 or 3 miles to the ground, about the numbers and how
Well,
today
out 12, caught by Harry Kane, the bowling of Alex Thompson.
would need to give us a game. And ultimately, one of the things I pondered was whether actually it wouldn't matter if Gloucestershire got bowled out, provided they got enough runs. It would take the declaration out of the equation.
Coming batter, Graham
Now,
Van Buren, sponsored by Uplands.
there really is probably a thought from Derbyshire that they might be able to bowl Gloucestershire out, and then this is a bit like the Leicestershire match, isn't it? Are Gloucestershire going to get to a point where in that game it was a question of could they set Leicestershire what they wanted to set them, and in the end what happened was they were left to defend what they had because Leicestershire bowled them out. Now here I still think the lead has to be 180, because Derbyshire in a short chase, they'd have nothing to lose, would they? They could soon shut up shop if they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean,
But if they were
go
left,
for it until
hypothetically, if they were left, and obviously the overs are ticking down here as well.
Here's what to Ollie Price. Another one now would really put the cat amongst the Gloucestershire pigeons.
Yeah, it is less. It's less the runs. It's probably more the overs that we now need to look at as well. 57 to go, just under 57 to go.
You'd take 2 off for change of innings as well.
Yeah.
So really there's 55, isn't there?
So I wonder if it. I mean, Derbyshire might say, well, even a 20 over. Well, 20 overs. Of course, it's not unusual at all. The only difference is it's a red ball, but the timing of a 20 over chase is not unusual. 180 perhaps.
Mark Watt to Graham Van Buren, who gets that one around the corner. That's great work there by Pat Brown. He's a whippet, isn't he, Pat Brown?
Yeah, he's a very willowy figure.
Lies. Not Adam Lies.
Not Adam, yes, correct. I knew where you were going with that.
What to Price? Again defends. Reverse sweeps, picks out Thompson. Short third.
Yeah, so those leading run scorers in the position in the championship: Hammond 758. Ollie Price started this innings at 700 exactly. It's a good stop.
Again, reverse sweeps.
And Dent 685. So
Yeah. That completes the over. That's one ticked off. 56 now remaining in the day. 106 for 4. Lead of 80.
I don't see Derbyshire changing these two
No.
all afternoon, probably. The two spinners. Can be be a slow burner a game sometimes, and this might still have a bit of a spark in it.
Slow burner on what is a Bunsen burner.
Would you call it that?
Yeah.
Or are you just using that for pure alliteration?
No, I'd say it's a Bunsen. I'd say it's a Bunsen. It's become a Bunsen.
Yeah.
It's not, like Ahmedabad was in India the other year, where it's going absolutely like, sort of ragging about 4 feet on day one. But it's a good September wicket. It's been a good cricket wicket, this, in fact.
Thompson again to Van Buren. In the air, they're asking a Derbyshire, but Jack Chantry's head is bowed, and he is not interested when that happens. Refer back to our Mike Smith chat yesterday. He said that Jack's actually quite aware that that is a habit, and he might want to work on it during the winter. Van Buren slips that pleasantly up to deploy at mid-on. We need to find another way of saying to the fielding side, don't bother with your appeal, I'm not giving it out. Van Buren. It's a firm defensive shot. Don't think Pat Brown's going to get a bowl, not in this innings. Fielder coming up at backward square on the single. Van Buren goes back. Not sure I'd have gone back to that, but he backed himself, and he defends at the end of another Thompson over.
He's got a low centre of gravity, hasn't he, Van Buren? So he can adjust. He can go back, give himself a little bit more time to adjust to the turn.
So you've had 24 overs out of 36 have been bowled by the spinners. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised by that.
Price.
What bowled the long ball there again?
Yeah.
That's the ball from at least one stride, probably 2 strides short of the front line. Just changes the length.
Price gets that one around the corner for 1.
Obviously you're seeing the pictures at home mainly of the pitch being used for this game, but considering this is the end of the season, the square does not look that worn, does it? There's a lot of greenery out there.
Lush summer. Compared to last year. Last year it looked battered, didn't it? Which it should do in September. The square should look tired. Like us, Ian. In September.
Anush Dahl in again at short cover.
Oh, that's nearly got through. Van Buren. Let's have another look at this.
Oh,
Drop catch.
it's done everything.
It's a drop catch, I think, by Guest behind the wicket. Van Buren plays that one.
I wonder if it actually beat the bat, flicked the glove, and then effectively dropped on the bounce to Madsen at first slip.
And it wasn't that far away from off stump either.
No, no.
Van Buren.
The body
waits
language
for
didn't
that.
suggest there was an edge.
Right, our analyst doesn't say it's an edge, so might have just turned. Buren plays that one up to mid-off firmly. No run, 107 for 4. Van Buren's on 1, Ollie Price is on 11.
If you've, what is it now? 1:45. If you've been at work this morning, perhaps you're on a lunch break, and think, oh, what's happening in the cricket? Gloucestershire had to get the one Derbyshire wicket this morning. Derbyshire batted on. Pat Brown was out fairly swiftly to Zafar, finishing with 5 wickets. The lead was 26. Well, Gloucestershire got to 68 before Charlesworth and Dent were parted. Charlesworth then bowled by one that turned quite a long way from Mark Watt, and then James Bracey was out off the last ball before lunch. And Derbyshire have also taken 2 wickets since then. Here's Thompson with the reverse sweep again from Ollie Price. They've got 2 men behind square for that. Now on the offside, Dahl and Brown. And the spinners have taken 2 wickets each. The lead 82, as you can see, is modest at the moment. Van Buren waits for Thompson, tries to use his feet to really negate any spin.
Yeah, Van Buren just trying to put Thompson off his lengths here. Moving his feet to some, waiting deep in his crease on the back foot for others.
As you can see, slip and a short leg.
Thompson's bowling very well here.
Yes, there's no scoreboard pressure on him, is there? There isn't the feeling that Gloucestershire are going to blast their way out of this situation and really attack him. Turn by Van Buren, past short leg, but only to Lewis Rees. Just about for Gloucestershire where they can, rotating the strike, just ticking the scoreboard up, ticking the overs down. Van Buren, there's a bit of drift there and spin. Turn more than spin perhaps. He works it into the leg side. Thompson passed umpire Chantry, and Van Buren has played out the whole of the back end of that over. .82 in front. I said to somebody at lunch, if you're a Gloucestershire supporter and the game looks like being a draw on the last day, I think you'd rather see your side bat than the opposition bat.
Yeah, I think so.
If it's going to be a slow...
I don't think there's a lot in it, but...
No, I think you would rather...
There speaks a bowler, Ian Randall. Yeah. He'd rather put his feet up, watching the top order do all the hard work. Price defence. Then the bowlers moan about their workload. They're not the ones dodging the bullets at the top of the order, facing the quicks. Price gets that one round the corner. Just one. Pat Brown does the work there. Throws it in. And that whippy-armed style of his.
England have recovered well. 119 for 2 in 18 overs now against New Zealand.
So they should at the Oval as well. It's a
Milan 52, Stokes 53.
It's a batting paradise. Oh, what? Varying it. I'm not sure what he did there, but there was a change in his action.
Lockie Ferguson, who we saw bowl here in the tour match, has bowled 4 overs for 42.
Defended by Van Buren. Yep, he can be Like Stella Artois at times. Reassuringly expensive.
Just to say, Northants obviously thought they were onto something at Edgbaston. Warwickshire chasing 176 to win. I mean, Northants need to win to have any chance of staying up. Warwickshire are 24 for 5.
Mon Dieu!
And 4 wickets there to Ben Sanderson.
Wow.
He's got
Warwickshire,
Yates, Rhodes, Hayne and Mousley.
Warwickshire can just have shockers at the office though, can't they? They really can. Ooh, they think about one there, but they don't take it. That's another over ticked off. 52 left in the day.
That would
109 for 4.
That would shake up the relegation positions at the bottom of
What's happening at Hove, Ian Randall?
Division 1. Second division at Hove, Leicestershire, chasing 499, 377 for 6.
Ooh, so they're still...
Cox 23, Scriven 37, the not out batsman. They need 122 more. And at Cardiff, you wonder if Yorkshire are running out of steam and time. Glamorgan 290 for 3 in their second innings. They lead by 63. Similar situation to here.
Cardiff, though, can be...
Thompson in. Reverse sweep from Ollie Price straight down to Pat Brown.
Can be heartbreaking, can't it? It just gets flatter and flatter as the game goes on.
Yorkshire scored 500, and that's still may not get them a win. They of course have 2 games to go after this week. Derbyshire have 2, Gloucestershire have 1. So again a field change for Van Beeren. Rees coming up to backward square, orthodox backward square. Van Beeren goes onto the back foot and chops it away.
Zemanacta.
Matt Taylor and Ben Charlesworth having a wander around the ground. Van Beeren onto the back foot again. Oh, that's a sharp single. He's okay though. Throw was inaccurate from Brown and Van Beeren.
He's a scurrier, Van Beeren, isn't he?
He's got a scuttly run, isn't
He's
he?
a scurrier.
Watching from almost behind keeper Brooke Guest. Not right behind him, wouldn't be able to see, but just wide enough that get a view of what's going on. Another chat between skipper and bowler. Thompson in his 13th over.
Two of our guests here this week. Matt Taylor we had on day 2, didn't we? Zemanacta we had on yesterday.
Oh, there's a paddle there from Ollie Price, and that's gone off the top of the bat, and Ollie Price is out. There we were saying that he's plays that reverse sweep so regularly and gets it right so often, and that one has gone spooning up into the air. Matt Lamb is claiming the catch, and Ollie Price is out for 14, and now it very much is genuinely a game on for both these two teams. Gloucestershire have to bat this out, and Derbyshire will think maybe they've got a door open at one end with Price's dismissal. The lead is only 85.
Yeah, and a left-handed Zafar Gahar to come in next, with the ball doing all sorts of naughty things out of those footholes. Gloucestershire could be up against it here.
Ollie Price caught by Lamb off the bowler.
So
Thompson,
Price
14.
at 7-1-4. His run tally stops there for the moment in the championship. Here is Zafar. And behind him, the inexperience of Ed Middleton, although he is a higher order batter in the second 11 than 8. Shaw, Charlesworth and Goodman to follow. And this is an interesting equation now, isn't it? Because the lead is not great. The overs are ticking down.
What's happening here?
Who's asking about the ball? Are they? They've just checked. I wonder whether it's Brooke Guest has been clipped on the head by that ball as it ricocheted up for the Price dismissal. Here is a repeat of it, a rerun of it. Yes, I think it's missed his head. It's hit him on the left shoulder. The physio is coming out.
Doesn't the ball go dead when it hits a fielder's bit of protective equipment?
Well, I don't think it's actually struck him on the helmet anyway. I think it hit him on the body as it's gone up. Yeah, the Derby physio doesn't seem to be too bothered. I don't think Guest is too bothered. It's taken him just almost on the collarbone, I would have thought, maybe. There are 2 balls left in this Thompson over. And Derbyshire, remember, haven't won a game this season, perhaps sensing that their 2 spinners might be able to give them an outside chance here. There's still quite a bit to do, and the further Gloucestershire take it into the day, the riskier Derbyshire will have to be with the bat if they get the opportunity. Thompson 3 for 25. So Zaffer with 4 men round the bat and a short cover as well. Thompson asked about an LBW first up, but Zaffer tries to sweep, but again umpire Chantry looks at the ground.
No, the ball's not dead. I think it used to be, didn't it? The ball hit short leg in the head, say for instance.
Brown takes a step back. That short cover. But there's going to be all sorts of chat out there now, you suspect.
Yeah.
Into the ear of the Gloucestershire batters. Thompson's got a 3rd wicket. And there is the overall position. The card itself is one thing. There it is. 40 overs Gloucestershire have batted for. The vast majority of them are all but 12 against spin. But it's just as much now. What is the lead? And how many overs are left in the day? How many overs do Gloucestershire have to bat?
Yeah. What is the lead? What is the bowler?
Well, Ed Middleton soaked up an hour's batting in the first innings and he made 9, but in fact he did occupy the crease for a long time. We'll
Van
give
Buren
Gloucestershire some faith in his ability.
leaves it out to Anish Dahl. Anish Dahl's a bit of a character, actually. He seems to be at the centre of the jokes and japes of the Derbyshire chaps yesterday. Van Buren rocks onto the front foot and defends that one. Crashed into the offside. Only to find Connors. Derbyshire next year with Connors and Lloyd on their side.
Mohamed Amir.
Yeah, but Connors and Lloyd, they could have be like Wimbledon in the 1970s, wouldn't it? That's an attempted sweep.
I spoilt the punchline there, Dan, sorry.
111 for 5. You weren't to know, Ian. I'm not sure there was many tennis players called Amir.
No.
Amritraj, maybe? Do you remember Vijay and Anand Amritraj brothers?
Vijay Amritraj, I do remember.
Yeah, and his brother Anand. Do you remember him? And they used to play doubles together.
Zafar's natural game is to try and be quite aggressive. That isn't necessarily what's needed here. Thompson into him, he defends.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I wonder if by having a whack you get rid of the close fielders, and because I do wonder with the turn here whether sooner or later one might have your name on it.
Thompson again to Zafar once more. That has turned.
Yeah.
Taken with quite a nice bounce, actually. Quite a nice height for the keeper by Brooke Guest.
But see what I mean? One might have your name on it at any time. And I wonder if you might just try and have a whack and trying to get 40 or 50 and get your side out of it like that, as opposed to trying to bat for 20 overs.
Zafar can't pierce the field.
The only problem is if you do have a whack and you get out quickly, it looks irresponsible, doesn't it?
Thompson again. Zafar tries to play the big sweep, orthodox sweep. And the ball again turns past the outside edge. Gloucestershire were 83 for 2 at lunch. So 28 for 3 this afternoon. Thompson again. Zafar went to the ground. It was no run there. Out to Connors, whose work for the day I suspect is done.
No, I think he might come back to blast. You know,
Thompson
blast
again.
Charlesworth out perhaps. Connors?
Well,
maybe. I don't know.
if there's enough movement for the spinner, you tend to think sometimes that the tail enders don't have maybe the technique against the turning ball.
Yeah.
End of another over. What ambles towards the far end? Should be looking at these overs in blocks of 5, I would think. They're into the 45 to 50 block now. Nelson for 5.
Van Buren defends. Yeah, well, Nelson for 4. So Zafar's been in a few overs now. Oh, big shout for LBW. Oh, Lungley had his hand in the holster there. I thought the gun was going to come out. The arm moved, but he was unmoved. Oh, I thought he was going to gift that, did you?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think there's possibly 2 issues there. Was it going down the leg side, and was he far enough forward to say it was going to go over?
And Buren backs away and cuts. Watts really turning the screw here.
judge the length of those so carefully, because you get a bottom edge, it's a drag on.
Hey, they're off Nelson. Van Buren just tickles that one into the onside. They're away.
I can stand on 2 feet again. Glamorgan have lost a wicket at Cardiff, but I suspect it might be too late. Kieran Carlson out for 52 to Ben Cliff, 305 for 4 Glamorgan. They lead by 78 with 6 wickets in hand.
Zaffa plays that one. Pass short leg.
Leicestershire now require exactly 100. If they get that down below 100, it will feel a lot closer to them, won't it?
Yeah.
399 for 6.
Psychological barriers and all that.
Scriven and Cox have added 66 together for the 7th wicket so far.
Zaffa defends, end the over. Another one ticked off. Gloucestershire counting the overs down here.
And Ben Sanderson still going for Northants at Edgbaston. Warwickshire chasing 176. This is at the bottom of the first division. They're 35 for 5. Sanderson has 4 for 16 and he's into his 8th over. So Michael Burgess and Ed Barnard trying, one assumes, to get the Warwickshire ship moving in the right direction. Here at the Seat Unique Stadium, Gloucestershire trying to, I think, now we can accurately say, save this game. They
Really
are
a mix-up. The last thing Gloucestershire needs is a run out, isn't it?
112 for 5. They're 86 for 5 net. They've been 26 in arrears on first innings. It's the Derbyshire spinners who are just causing them a few anxious moments. Three round the bat for Thompson. Buren goes back and cracks that into the gap on the offside. That will go for 4. And they'll, when that lead ticks up to 100 plus, there'll be a little bit of a sense of relief around the ground. Not that the game will be safe at that point, it won't be, but it'll just be another little marker. Buren has 7. Works that behind the square straight to Lewis Rees. He won't get a run there. Derbyshire have bowled 16 overs in this first hour after lunch. 16 overs of spin. Thompson into Van Buren. Plays it back down the pitch. So at this rate we will get to tea with 32 overs left. Gloucestershire get to tea with these two still in. They're probably not far from being safe. Van Buren, oh, he's pulled that. That was too short from Thompson, and Van Buren has pulled it for 4. He's taken advantage of a rare loose delivery there. And I mean, played one good shot in the over. He's perhaps earned that one. It was a whip around the corner, and he's picked up another boundary. So the skipper and Zaffa having a chat mid-pitch about how Zaffa may try and play Mark Watt. From a Derbyshire point of view, if you're watching up in the Peak District or anywhere in the East Midlands, probably feels as if they need another wicket fairly quickly. here just to keep them genuinely in the game.
Mark Watt coming in from the Ashley Down Road end. Short, wide, and I was looking for that. It's gone into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Safa's missed out. I was looking for that over sort of the leg side somewhere. Safa defends resolutely.
It's probably only the second time this season where Watt will feel he's been in the game trying to give Derbyshire a chance of victory.
Defended again.
Chesterfield was the other one. He took 9 wickets there, but Yorkshire still won.
You been to Queen's Park? Eh?
No, it's one of the grounds I haven't been to.
Oh, that's bad. Zafar looking to cut. Suddenly the ball turns back into him a long, long way and hits him on the gloves. That could have gone anywhere. Luckily for Zafar, it drops down at his feet. One more.
It's not easy for the keepers in this
No,
situation.
it's not.
Is it?
No, and Guest is actually keeping very well. We saw on a real Bunsen up here earlier in the season against Durham. We saw Axar Patel, the Durham left-arm spinner. He got 10 wickets in the match there. He got 5 for in each innings. And he made Ollie Robinson look foolish at times, didn't he? But Brooke Guest is doing very well here. Short, wide, cut. Ooh, no run. And a wild throw comes in from Connors. And Brooke Guest does pretty well to stop that from going through for 4 buzzers.
I think Connor's got the Guest glare.
Yes,
for
I
that
think
throw.
so. Just work off your lunch there, Brooke.
Teasingly poised at the moment, this
Yeah,
game.
46 left in the day.
Derbyshire not quite forced the door open yet. They've got a chance. They get one more wicket than you genuinely are into the bowlers, the bowling all-rounders, the bowlers who can bat a bit. Thompson to Zafar, who can bat, and he swept that well for 4. Pick the length of that. That was out of the Ollie Price playbook. Lead up to 99. It's a line of I can just look at Dan and know there's a witticism coming.
No, I was thinking about the sort of what you called the all-rounders, and then the bowlers who bat a bit, and then you go into the Randalls.
The rabbits are above the Randall.
Where does Charlesworth come? Ooh, it's going, isn't it? It's starting to rag big time.
Zafar's got to be really. The theory would be that a spinner can play a spinner better, you would think. But
It doesn't always work like that, does it?
when it is starting to really turn, Zafar's got to be careful.
Sometimes wicket keepers get stumped, you know, Ian.
Yeah. Zafar picks up another single off a sweep, but as we've seen, even Ollie Price is fallible to play the sweep and get one off the top edge. That happened to him today. Now for Van Buren, is Graham going to continue to play the spinners off the back foot? Thompson to bowl to him. The answer is yes, and he very, very nearly perishes as a result. Look at the replay. just follows him a little bit. He steps away to cut the ball. Turns as the off-spinner would want. Cry of weight. Van Buren not interested in the single. So the lead exactly 100, as you can see. Thompson again to Van Buren, who goes back. Maybe I revise my figure. I said 180 would be enough of a lead. I think it probably would. 180 and 20 overs is almost certainly enough, I feel. Probably even 160 and 20 overs would still be a difficult chase, I think, on this.
Yeah, I think so.
No bowling restrictions, no fielding restrictions. And even in all this, that still means Derbyshire have got to take 5 wickets. Yeah, they've got the top 5, but batters down the order can still defend, soak up deliveries.
Watt over the wicket. Ooh, just sneaks along the deck. Zaffer digs it out, and Madsen catches it on the bounce at slip.
This has turned out to be a bit more tense than we might have thought.
Yep, certainly has. Zaffer cuts that one backwards to Pat Brown.
You know, 10 minutes from lunch, you wouldn't have anticipated this situation. Gloucestershire really won down at that point.
Absolutely not. But anything can happen in cricket. Anything can happen. With Gloucestershire, can't it? Just played to Dahl there, mid-wicket. Zaffer kicks it away. Been a couple of horrible throws into Mark Watt. One from Guest there, which went past him. One from Madsen down at his toes. What bowlers want in a long session like this? They want the ball just to be thrown back into their midriff, back into their bread basket, where they don't have to move for it. Quicker ball from Watt. Zaffer equal to it, pushes it into the offside and picks up a single. Zaffer's on 7. Graham van Buren is on 11. The lead now is 101.
Skipper Guest just again offering a word of encouragement to his bowler.
I think these two, if they can bat. So that's defended, that's another over gone. So 44 remaining in the day. If they can bat for 20 overs, the game's done, I think.
Are you saying Gloucestershire or these two?
These two.
Oh, these two, yes.
They can bat for probably 15 overs, I'd say. Actually, the game's done. Because obviously you take 2 off. That will take it down to 29 overs. You take it down to 27 for the change of innings.
Yeah, so tea is half an hour away. Tea is at 10 past 3.
Yeah,
or at 32 overs, so he might be a little bit later than that, but not a lot. Zaffer pulls a ball from outside the off stump from Thompson. He's going to get 4 more for it.
Is the overs? That's a minimum remaining, isn't it? 44.
Yes, I mean I don't think they're not bowling it fast enough that it's going to be more than that. Even with the 2 spinners on, they're only bowling at 16 an hour now. one or two in it maybe, but not much. Thompson again to Zaffer, another sweep, and caught! Pat Brown has taken the catch. Zaff, having played one good sweep, in fact he's played more than one good one, he's got that one off the top half of the bat, and Thompson has a fourth wicket. And Pat Brown at square leg, 3 parts of the way to the boundary, coming in, takes a very comfortable catch. Zaffer looks ruefully at the shot he played, but he is out. And Gloucestershire are 6 down, and they are not yet safe.
They are not yet safe by any stretch of the imagination. We've got a game on our hands, Ian Randall. We certainly have.
105.
You know what? Thompson has bowled beautifully, aided and abetted by Mark Watt. All 6 wickets to the spinners. Thompson's been the pick of them. He's bowled with flight guile, he's varied his pace. Watt has just been wheeling away from that Ashley Down Road end, and both of them in tandem.
Interestingly, that I think we said this on the stream this morning, Mike Smith, match official of this game, said he felt he was, although Thompson didn't offer a lot in the first innings, he felt his general method was the one that might cause more trouble.
So it has proved, but it's a dual attack, 2-pronged attack, pincer movement, and Gloucestershire caught in the middle here at the moment.
20 wickets in 7 matches so far this season. He does have a 5, but it was 5 for 110, so it was a long bowl. And here he has 4 for 42. And Ed Middleton has come out in, well, quite a nervy situation for a man on his debut. Thompson to bowl to him. One thing we would say, in the first innings he did look quite an organised.
Yeah, he does. He looks quite solid
batter.
But this is a real test of technique, isn't it, on a pitch spinning like this.
Thompson again into him, and he's worked that away for a single straight away. Round the corner to square leg. Connors fields, and he's got his skipper at the other end, who will no doubt be encouraging him all the way. Thompson to Van Buren. Oh, that was a full toss, and he's capitalised on that. That will be away, I think, for 4. Will it be stopped? It will be stopped. Good bit of work from Pat Brown. They'll take 3 in the end. Van Buren is running to the bowler's end.
Oh, that's an arm and a half. I tell you what, if that was a direct hit, that was going to be close there.
Yeah, Pat Brown's thrown that a very long way from down in front of the club office.
Like an exocet.
And he's fizzed a throw in. Good job there was Alois Dell backing up. Van Buren to 14. It really is small steps here for both these two batters. Every 10 runs will help Gloucestershire a little bit more. Middleton, oh, he's got that away very low, past short leg. You may have heard the cry of catch it. It potentially was catchable, but it's not gone to hand. And Middleton has 2. Thompson, 17 overs, 4 for 47. He's got 5 maidens in there. And Watt at the other end, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 45. Nothing was happening for the seam bowlers at the start, and Leas Deploy has kept his spinners on. And you'd be a brave man to take the ball off either of them now, I think.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you know, you don't change what's working for you.
So Shaw, Goodman and Charlesworth to come after this pair.
Well, he's going to come around the wicket to Ed Middleton. Oh, that's found the edge as well. It's all happening, isn't it, Ian?
Bit of a nervous step forward from Middleton there. Again, we mentioned this in the first innings. The one thing that did happen at the start was he didn't seem to get his feet moving very quickly.
Defends that.
And until he did, it's a little bit susceptible, but I say in the end he soaked up an hour's cricket, faced 40 balls, so he does that again here. It'll be an important job.
There's one more to Edward William Osborne Middleton.
If you're watching this and feeling quite tense about the situation, I understand that the emails may have dried up for that reason.
Good bit of work there by Thompson, saving his spin to win 4 runs as Van Buren cuts. And he dives across to cut off the boundary.
It's going to be, you can hear the cries of catch it almost to every ball now. It's, even if it's very nearly being played solidly defensively, there's all kinds of just chipping in the batsman's ear going on, understandably. Madsen and Kane are the 2 slips.
Defended, no run.
Kane fielding in the helmet. And what takes his hat at the end of another over.
112 the lead.
James can put the whole card, the Gloucestershire batting card up of this second innings. There it is. All appeared to be plain sailing when Charlesworth and Dent were together. But Charlesworth got a good one from Mark Watt, and then Bracey was out off the last ball before lunch, and since then it's just looked a bit of a different kettle of fish batting out there. Deploy's just going off the field temporarily, so Zach Chappell's on as 12th man. I just think everybody knows what their role is pretty much by now, where the field's going to be set. So a break of an over or 2 for Deploy may not be too much of an issue. Here is Thompson. Oh, Van Buren has clubbed that away. That was too short, and he's got onto that quickly and pulled it away for 4.
Yeah, short leg won't be thanking Thompson for that one, I tell you. So it whistled past his ear.
Hasn't bowled too many of those. Pick up 1, just pushed into the offside. There's nobody in that sort of gully region, so Madsen's got to chase after it. Thompson's conceded 9 boundaries and Watt 5. Middleton has picked that up right off middle, and that's gone away for 4 more.
It was a dangerous shot though, wasn't it? Surprised he took that one on.
He clearly felt it was in his arc, and he's quite a tall man, so he's got quite a long reach, Ed Middleton, and felt he could get to the pitch of the ball and play that reasonably safely. Lead up to 121. This comes back to your point, Dan, about maybe a brief attack might just take Gloucestershire out of range here. That's on the bounce from Middleton out into the leg side. It's dropped short of Connors, but it mightn't have done.
Sorry, I'm just laughing. All I could hear was a, "Oh no," from James Healy in my ear. There to my left. I thought he'd picked him out as well. I thought he'd put it straight down his throat.
Van Buren on 20. Goes back once again. I won't say that every ball is the movement is back, but it's more often than not. Tossed up by Thompson and turned away by Van Buren. There's a chase for Pat Brown down towards the boundary at wide third man. They'll take 2.
He's got an arm on him, hasn't he, Pat Brown? Wow. I think the 2 best arms I've seen this season, one from him, Rayhan Ahmed at Leicestershire, who could chuck it in from the long boundary like a tracer bullet.
So Watts bowled 20 overs and Thompson has bowled 18. I just wonder if there's a little bit of fatigue creeping in. Lead 124.
Yeah, they've got tea coming up soon.
Yeah, still 26 minutes. This is an important little phase, I think, up to Gloucestershire get to 1. So the over should be at 32 at tea. Gloucestershire's lead is 160. They're getting very close to being safe.
Here's Watt around the wicket to Middleton, who clubs that into the ground somewhat.
Again, the feet didn't move very far.
No. Ed Middleton, a Devon boy. Cliff St George was his cricket club, then went to Exeter. I think he went to Taunton Dean then in the Whipple before impressing in the second 11 earlier this year, and he's been given his opportunity.
England 202 for 2 in 28 overs against New Zealand. Milan 91, Stokes 97.
Ooh. Big appeal for LBW.
Tom Longley not interested.
Ooh, not far away. Probably just going down. Probably didn't do enough.
Leicestershire could be on for a famous win at Hove. They're chasing 499 to win, and they're 440 for 6.
Wowzers.
They only need 59.
And the irony there is Ben Cox,
who is 45 not out. With him, Tom Scriven on 77.
And where's he come from?
Worcestershire, who are the other team in the promotion shake-up.
Cricket throws up some wonderful stories, doesn't it? It really does. I think Division 2 though deserves a ding-dong right at the end of the season, because Durham have won the Division 1 title. Surrey have more or less won Division 1. Middleton kicks that away. Durham have more or less won Division 2.
Durham are up but not champions yet.
Yeah, but they
should be fine.
Yeah. So a lot of the stories have been played out already. So we need some last day drama, Ian, don't we? And hopefully Leicestershire and Worcestershire, who both have to play Durham. Middleton works that one into the onside for at least one. Yeah, no need to take any risks. No need for run-outs at this stage of the game, chaps. 151 for 6. So both have got to play Durham, haven't they? Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Who's your money on Ian? Leicestershire or Worcestershire to go up?
Well, if Leicestershire win this match, the problem for them has been, and Deploy's back on the field now, by the way.
Right. Well, they were 24 behind, and I think they're going to get maximum points.
No, they only made 108.
Oh, of course they did. Yeah.
So they will only get 19 points. So they'll be
five
close.
behind.
They'll be close to Worcestershire, but not.
But no cigar.
Not exactly. They'll be in their rear view mirrors.
Indeed.
Shall we say?
On the M5.
With 2 rounds to go.
Yes.
Now Pat Brown is just doing some limbering up here. I wonder if that last over from Thompson has persuaded Laius Deploy to make a change, and it has. So Thompson's spell unchanged either side of lunch. 18 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 59. But they're going to give him a little bit of a breather, and Pat Brown is going to have a burst up until tea, I suspect. 40 overs left. The lead is 125. Derbyshire will be very careful with the field here, because now runs become an issue for them. They can't afford to let 40 runs go quickly.
Yeah, but Brown is one of those players. He can be expensive, but you know, quick bang bang here, and it's bingo time for the Derbyshire players.
Everything must go.
Well, not quite yet. Not quite
No.
yet.
But that's what it would be.
Yeah.
So 40 overs left. They've probably got to take these 4 wickets in 18 overs. They've got to leave themselves no fewer than 20, you would have thought, to chase. I think if it gets much more than 160, it'll be too many. Gloucestershire might just about be doing enough here, but it's not a done deal yet. Here is Brown over the wicket, and Middleton stands tall and defends. I suspect Middleton might prefer
The pace.
a 51-year-old ball coming onto the bat, even if it is from somebody who's quite sharp in terms of pace. So 2 slips, no third man for Pat Brown. Derbyshire got a man in short mid-wicket as well on the catch. Middleton can let that go. The thing with the spinners is, by and large, you've got to play at nearly every ball, whereas Middleton might be able to let a few go here outside the off stump. If he doesn't need to play at it, he can just make sure everything in terms of the stumps is covered and let the ball sail through to the keeper. Brown off this brisk approach. Again, it's well pitched up and into the ground, bounced on up to Deploy at mid-off. That would be an extraordinary. I mean, it could be even be a record-breaking chase for Leicestershire if they do get those runs at Hove. If you've been in the field for 118 overs as Sussex bowlers, you'll know about it as well, won't you?
Yeah.
At this point.
People dropping us emails here. Mark K, is that Mark Kidger?
I'm sure
Mark
so.
Woodrid. Let's say Gloucestershire bowled out. He probably wrote this a while ago, actually. Let's say Gloucestershire are bowled out 150 ahead. With this pitch getting a bit crabby, is there any chance that Zafar and Ed Middleton could bowl Derbyshire out? P.S. Ludicrously optimistic, I know, but I've been a Gloucestershire fan for well over 50 years. Reality has nothing to do with it. No, I don't think so. Do you?
No. Personally not. Brown again to Middleton. That's just on his pad. He's clipped that nicely away through the leg side. There's a chase on for Cayman. He can't cut it off, and it will be 4 at mid-wicket.
That's a gorgeous shot. Middleton just lets that one come to him and just works it away. Look at this. Lovely shot.
This is the risk with bowling Pat Brown. I can understand why Derbyshire may have done it, and it may only be they'll try it for 2 or 3 overs and then go back to the spinner, just to give Thompson just a brief breather. Brown sprints in again, and it's a short one. And Middleton steps out of the way. That's the one for the over.
Andrew Wise has been in touch. Gentlemen, a very in-character performance by Gloss. Just cannot sustain the required competitive level, either for 3 straight sessions or over 4 days. My money, if I had any, would be on Derbyshire now. Best regards. Andrew, my money is on the draw. It's on the Bobby Moore, mate. That's where my money's on.
Another sharp delivery from Brown to end the over. His first of the innings, wasn't used at the outset.
And Adam, well, he's put himself down as Adam Morton in Marsh, but I think that's Adam from Morton in Marsh. I don't think he's got a triple-barrel surname. If Derbyshire do get to bat again, who would you open with? Definitely Zaffer, but would you give the new ball to Middleton on debut with potential of going for runs? Or Ollie Price, given he is the closest in the Gloucestershire side to Thompson, who has been a success in this innings? Gloucestershire have one more chance to avoid the embarrassment of going a whole county championship season without winning. Can't remember the last time that happened.
2008.
Yep. 2 wins in 28 matches over the last 2 seasons is very poor. I hope some tough questions are asked over the winter and the outcome is addressed accordingly. I would rate this season as a 3 out of 10. Would have been 2 had it not been for the run to the Cup semi-final. Thanks for another season of great coverage. Well, thanks for your email, Adam. Some good points there.
So here's a thought. Thompson's going to change ends. That's why Brown was brought into the attack. So he's going to have a go from the Ashley Down Road end. There's the equation, as you can see, 129 ahead. Derbyshire are +6 on the net over rate, so they've no issue with that at all. And more conversations between Thompson and skipper Deploy.
What would you mark Gloucestershire's season, Headmaster Randall?
Headmaster Randall.
Probably give it a 3 out of 10 as well.
I think you'd be stretching it to say it's more than 4.
Just played into the onside by Van Buren.
There are quite a lot of inexperienced players in the bowling unit. That's really been the challenge for a lot of the season. Thompson into Van Buren again, it works it onto the leg side.
I think the disappointment has come from, we got relegated last year out of Division 1, but there was a little bit of hope at the end of the season, wasn't there, with that win at Yorkshire and the win here against Warwickshire. You thought they're going to bounce straight back up, or at least they'll be in with a sniff. Yeah.
Thompson again. Van Buren. Oh, he's that wasn't intending to go there.
Let's just found the inside edge. But really, they've been up against it in every game this season, haven't they? The away games, they could have beaten Derbyshire early season.
Thompson again. Van Buren goes back.
And I think it could have been all very different, couldn't it? It could have been.
Might have won at Worcester.
Might have won at Worcester, might have beaten Glamorgan, might have beaten Derbyshire away, but for rain. They'd have probably lost here at Sussex, against Sussex, but for rain.
Thompson over the wicket. Changed ends. Van Buren defends.
So
the Leicestershire game was the one where here you would have liked to have thought they would have made a better fist of the contest on the last day. It really should have been Gloucestershire's to drive. That shouldn't have been a game that was lost, but it was.
No, and then they had their pants pulled down by a very good Durham side, didn't they?
Yeah.
Here's Thompson from the Ashley Down Road in. Over the wicket. Oh, that goes past the outside edge of the Gloucestershire captain's bat, who lives to fight another day. Is this an arm ball? Yes. 38 remaining, 155 for 6. Lead, 129.
Played for the spin, it wasn't there. So, in theory, 6 overs until tea. Gloucester should get to that point at, say, somewhere between 140 and 150 in front.
So I think
very, very nearly home.
So I think, going back to my earlier points, I think that if they'd have won one of those early season games, it could have been so much different. But I think so much of cricket is played in the head, isn't it? It's a confidence game, and I think not getting over the line there has affected them. And since then, they've been up against it in virtually every game. They haven't even looked. You know, Durham away, they got whacked. Leicestershire away, they got whacked.
Worcestershire were in the driving seat for a lot of the game at Cheltenham, which they ultimately won, albeit it was late on the last day.
Yeah, Glamorgan was just a bore draw at Cheltenham.
It feels as if they've been on the back foot in a lot of matches. They haven't been in the box seat driving the game, even here, with a good first innings score.
I agree.
Brown, for his second over, that's a sharp one. And
played it well there, Middleton.
Sways out of the way. David Milan is out in the ODI, out for 96, caught by Latham off Bolt. Ben Stokes has gone through to his 100. He's 103 not out from 79 balls, 11 fours and 3 sixes, and England are 214 for 3 in the 31st over. There's been some expensive bowling figures there. Bolt has 3 for 31. Nobody else has a wicket. Brown in again. Driven down the ground. Nice shot by Middleton. That will be 4. Mark Watt won't be able to pull that in. That's a very, very nicely played stroke. The on drive, a la Ed Middleton. Yes, it was there for the shot, but he picked it. And that was all about the timing, straight down the ground. It advances the lead into the 130s. Middleton to 17. Brown trying to blast him out. That's another short one. Middleton sways out of the way. And, you know, in a way, the reason that neither of these sides have won a game this season, by and large, has been they can't take 20 wickets. And here, Derbyshire on the cusp, and they're trying to throw the ball. So Gloucestershire would have thrown the ball to Courtney Walsh back in the day to try and knock over the tail. And Derbyshire are throwing the ball to basically a man who's played most of his cricket with a white ball in his hand. Brown short again, and again Middleton ducks. Interesting that umpire Lungley just looked across to Jack Shantry, his colleague, at the trajectory of that delivery. There wasn't a word to Pat Brown. He's going to come round the wicket, interestingly, to Middleton here, even though he's a right-hander.
Going to target his rib cage, I think.
Saying
Got
okay.
the short leg in, got the leg slip in. Deep square.
Is that the double bluff, I wonder? We'll see. No, it isn't. It's another short one.
He's reasonably sharp, isn't he, Brown? Whippy action.
But you know, if Middleton's going to just sway out of the way of those, that's not going to get Derbyshire any progress at all.
No.
Notts absolutely frustrating Kent. They are 8 down now, but they're 147 in front, and there's been a a very valuable 100 for Joe Clark. He's 127 not out, and that's down the leg side again from Brown. Middleton sways out of the way. He's had tremendous support from Brett Hutton, who's made 84 before he's just been run out. So Knott's very close to saving that, you would think, with time against Kent, and still 2 wickets to take. Middlesex look like they're going to be okay at Old Trafford. They're 95 for 3, still a long way behind, but only 3 down. And Warwickshire have recovered a little in their pursuit of 176. They were 19 for 4. They're now 73 for 5. They still need another 103. So clearly batting not easy at Edgbaston, and it's not been easy here this afternoon either for Gloucestershire. 159 for 6. They're 133 in front. They're getting towards the safe waters of the port, but they're not quite there.
Not quite yet. Van Buren plays that one with the pad, I think, by the look of it, out into the offside. Thrusting a leg at it.
Yeah, there's no silly point there. So
Yeah, exactly. It's got to have the silly point. Madsen's got his finger raised there. I don't know what he's doing there.
Madsen's at slip. Came at leg slip. Lamb under the lid at short leg.
And Buren whips that one into the leg side.
The last wicket fell in the 48th over.
So these two have played seven overs out, taken 7 overs out of the equation.
Plus they've added runs as well.
25 of them. And Buren plays it out to mid-on.
And it's kind of every run is worth double, isn't it? Because it's adding to the Derbyshire chase, and it's taking it's ticking the overs down.
And there's another over being ticked down there. 36.
4 minutes to 3. We are. Tea is at 10 past, so Derbyshire have got to bowl 4 overs this side of tea, which I'm sure they'll do. They, of course, have 2 games left, as do Yorkshire. When you come to the table at the end of this round, there are 2 rounds to go. Gloucestershire, they'll have a fallow week, and then the game at Sussex. Who knows what Sussex's morale would be like if they set 4-9-9 and then can't bowl the opposition out. Leicestershire need 50. What a finish that's going to be. They've had a couple of actually very big chases at Hove this year. Brown, that's down the leg side. So here they've set Leicestershire 4-9-9. I think the game against Worcestershire went to the last ball. Worcestershire chasing about 380.
Yeah.
And wasn't there a big chase?
Durham earlier in the season. Yeah.
So they've had a lot of really really big fourth innings deciders down at Hove. That's another short one.
I
from
think
Brown.
Brown's
He's got
got to go over the wicket here.
Not a word here.
He's got to go over the wicket because he is taking LBW out of the equation here. And it's fine if he wants to rough Middleton up, but he doesn't look like getting him out at all.
It isn't like a T20 game where in a sense it's about economy as much as wickets.
Yeah.
He does sprint in. Oh, where's that gone? He's gone for the short one. Middleton has pulled it round and it's gone for 4. I suppose that's the shot he's trying to induce him to play, but he's played it with a deft enough touch that it's gone very, very fine for 4, and the Gloucestershire lead advances that little bit further. Deploy. He's going to persist with this because he's got another man now behind square on the leg side, so that he's got a fine leg, quite fine. He's got a backward square. It's almost a fine leg halfway to the fence, and then 2 other men out on the leg side. So Brown's gone back over the wicket and pitched one up, which is not the strategy with that field.
If Gloucestershire are still batting in, at what stage do Derbyshire call it a day? What stage is the plug pulled, do you think?
Well, they can shake hands at 4:30, can't they, I think?
20 past 4, can't they?
They could shake hands at 20 past 4, yes.
Yeah, 20 past 4 they can.
I think
Which would, if tea is 10 past 3,
it's 50 minutes. That's probably
that would be 40 minutes after tea. So how many overs is that going to be bowled? That's going to be 12.
14. You're going to be.
So you'd probably have about 20 overs left, something like that then.
So
And I think if Gloucestershire are still batting with 20 overs left and a lead, they're going to have a lead then of about 180.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Clipped again off his legs by Middleton. No run this time. Came is the fielder. See, there's no second new ball evident here because there are 35 overs left in the day. We've had 56, so the second new ball's not going to be having any impact. They've got to basically blast through these last 4 pretty quickly, I think, Derbyshire, to have any chance. Otherwise the equation is going to be beyond them. And we look back on it, that first wicket stand right up to lunch is looking very important now, because it's been a sort of just a steady trickle of wickets through the afternoon to the spinners. Middleton, though, doing his best to keep his skipper company, and they're now both into the 20s, and certainly 131 for 6. If it wasn't precarious, it was certainly a bit nervy at that point, but this is a handy partnership. So Middleton, who's proved quite a calm customer out there at the moment, and he's worked that into the leg side. Is that in the air? It is, but it's gone on the bounce to Anders
One
Dahl.
bounce to Dahl. Did you think he'd hit that straight? I did.
Well, I did wonder.
Yeah. Ian Randall's gone ashen white here next to me. I think if he'd have hit it properly, I think.
Got his skipper back on strike when
Well,
Birmingham defends.
that goes into the onside. I think if he'd hit it well, if he'd hit it properly, it'd end up in the car park, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But if he'd hit it with a modicum of timing, I think he'd have gone down Dahl's throats. I think because he mishit it that it ended up short, I think.
Thompson again to Van Buren. Just pushes it out so that Matthew Lamb can come and collect the ball. Yeah, Watts limbering up again. I think the Pat Brown experiment is over.
Yeah.
For me. I understand why he tried it, but 3 overs for 12, quite a lot of short pitch stuff. Go back to the spinner.
Yeah. Van Buren defends. One more ball. One more ball left in the over.
Watts doing some limbering up.
Yeah.
It's an interesting observation to see him at mid off. And Van Buren again goes back.
That's the over.
Yeah, Watt wants to get involved again, you can see it.
34 left. So really, you've got to take the 2 off if Derbyshire are going to bat in the context of the game. So there's 32 left now in the day.
There will be 10 left, so effectively after tea there'll be 30 overs.
Yeah, I think
that's the gist of it.
The 20-30 minutes after tea, if there's not a wicket then, I think we are
heading for a handshake.
Yeah.
They need more than that actually. They need I think they need 4 wickets in 10 overs.
Yeah. A little bit of entente cordiale,
I think would be
Mark Watt returning the ball at the pavilion.
Demand here for Derbyshire. They've been a pretty good go, and they've made Gloucestershire sweat a little bit, if you'll pardon the vernacular. It's been just a bit edgy. It wasn't edgy before lunch, but certainly that hour after lunch made things interesting. And it's not a done deal yet. Watt back into the attack from the pavilion end this time, and Middleton, I didn't mean middle that, and it's gone out on the 3rd bounce to Anush Dahl. Literally walks in and then tosses that up, and it's 2 leg side.
Do you know what a Middleton was at my cricket club back in the early 90s? It was a score of sort of like 115 to 130. 130 plus was a big ton,
right,
and then you had a small ton as well, which was like a 101 or something like that.
Can see that.
It was a good batting wicket at our place.
I'll bet.
And
so now it's 2 slips and a leg slip and a short leg. What? Oh, goes into reverse as we get his got his step tread wrong there. Works in once more. Middleton again. Looks for the single, isn't there, up to Thompson.
yeah, the cry would go round of how many did you get today? 102. Small ton.
What tosses that up? That wasn't bowled too flat. Middleton though onto it. What are the numbers for Ed Middleton at the moment? 22 from 39. This is about where he got to in the first innings in terms of balls faced. Again, he's been out there for, and he's not been dispatched quickly by the opposition, so he's shown a bit of composure to.
Oh, there's
the long ball again, and Middleton spotted it and he's worked it away. There'll only be 1 out to Brown at deep square. Again, it was a throw fired in. Guest didn't appreciate that being taken on the half
I bet
volley.
he didn't.
I suspect Brown wasn't happy about being taken off.
So it's 7 minutes past.
This will be, or ought to be, the last over before tea.
Yeah, if I was batting out here, I'd make sure it is. I'd be gardening like Monty Don out there.
Yeah, it was a long chat with between the two batters, but it's been an interesting afternoon session. This
Yeah.
we've had 84 runs, and we've had 4 wickets this afternoon, and both sides are just about in the game at the moment.
Middleton defends.
Draw long the favourite, but Derbyshire perhaps just running out of time.
Oh, that's well bowled. There's going to be at least 2 here. Madsen flicks it back to Brown.
If this was lunch on the final day we were heading to, you'd say absolutely we could be in for a fascinating finish to the game.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire probably... Well, I don't know, Derbyshire got back last on it, but I think Gloucestershire probably have been saved by the rain here. Thompson... whipped around the corner there. Now, the experienced guy, Van Buren there, doing a little bit of gardening. He doesn't want to face too many more. He doesn't want to face another over before tea here. Middleton getting outside the line.
Yeah, my watch says 9 minutes past 3,
Yeah.
2 balls to go.
Yeah, look, Van Buren's gardening. That's experienced pro there. Yeah. 1 to the total. And again, I would go gardening here if I were...
Ed Middleton's been out there for 45 minutes. Just shows that he has he's a bit like Zaman Akhtar. He's got the ability to hang about as a batter.
Yeah, certainly has. Defended by Van Buren. And that will be tea. So 169 for 6 for the hosts. They lead by 143. There's 32 left in the day. Ian, it looks like a draw.
It does look like a draw. Derbyshire have got the clock right against them now if they want to force anything in this match. There will be 2 overs to go, 2 overs lost rather, between innings if they are to bat. So they're probably thinking, if we've got a realistic chase on, we've got to take those 4 wickets in 10 overs after tea. Join us for what is obviously going to be the final session of first team cricket here at the Seat Unit this season. It's not a done deal. Gloucestershire very nearly home in terms of securing the draw, but there's a bit of work to do yet, and young Ed Middleton, having taken his first class wicket, is trying to see his captain through to safety. We'll join you again shortly before 3:30. Time to put the kettle on. Hope you can too. See you soon.
Witness the magic of award-winning drone show artists Celestial in a groundbreaking drone light show. Join us for an extraordinary journey through time and space. Evolution.
century.
Well, for the final time in this 2023 season, umpires walk out to the middle here at the Seat Unique Stadium after a scheduled break. There may still be a break between innings, but I'm just seeing a young lad downstairs. I don't know whether he's revising or he's... I thought he was doing a scorebook for a moment, but I think he's revising, or at least he's saying he's revising.
He doesn't need to do that. You should go on a scorebook or play the game. You can always flip burgers for the rest of your life, can't you?
Just waiting for the Derbyshire team to get us back out underway. England heading for a massive score against New Zealand at the Oval. 290 for 4 with 12 overs to go. Ben Stokes 140 not out. Could well get could get over 400 there. Notts just about safe in the first division at Kent. They're 167 in front, still 2 wickets in hand, and Kent, of course, scrabbling for points at the bottom of the table. Middlesex look to be heading for a draw at Old Trafford. They're still 113 in arrears, but they're only 3 wickets down. And the Warwickshire Northants game, that's tight. Warwickshire need 82 more to win, but they've only got 4 wickets left. And Northants, of course, again desperate for points at the bottom. In the second division, Yorkshire's hopes of winning at Glamorgan all but gone. Glamorgan 127 in front. Yorkshire still needs 6 wickets. A century there for Sam North East, 141 not out. And as we know, arguably the other story of the day is at Hove, where Leicestershire require 46 to beat Sussex in a chase of 499. But they are now 7 down after the dismissal of Tom Scriven for 78. Here,
there's talk actually at Hove that the umpires have had a chat with both teams about behaviour, so I'm led to believe, from that notoriously accurate grapevine Twitter, or X as it is now. And there's, unless they're still on a suspended sentence for punishment that got them kicked off the T20 last year.
Oh, I don't know. No, the T20 was over that application of excess tape to a bat.
Ah, yes, it was. Yeah.
I don't think that still applies. Mark Watt to bowl here. Gloucestershire 143 in front, 32 overs left. They bat for another 10 overs. They're almost home. Here is Watt to bowl to the tall figure of Ed Middleton, who has shown good concentration here for a young man on his championship debut.
Yeah, Graham Van Buren's batted very well as well.
Watt around the wicket. James Healy's made probably the final cup of tea of the summer.
That's a sad moment. You have to make my own all through the winter now.
Now, there's deploy. Only bowled 2 balls since teams. Really talking to Watt about the field. Slip and a leg slip and a short leg at the moment. I think they're going to try and crowd Ed Middleton, I wonder. Moving Thompson across to short, straight mid-off. He's about
they're just
10 yards from the bat. Watt around the wicket. Middleton just plays that on the second bounce.
They're trying to
Thompson.
make Middleton go across the line. There's only 2 on the... Well, there's 2, apart from the close fielders, there's 2 on the leg side, so they're trying to make him go across the line against the spin.
Watt bowls the long ball, and he's going to go for a single, and he's pinched it. Up to mid-on. Thompson's getting ready to continue bowling. I think it's going to be spin from here on in, unquestionably. Just takes guard.
What a lovely email.
I have to read it in stages because Watt gets through his overs pretty quickly. Moving Dahl out 5 or 6 yards for Van Buren. Watt to bowl to him, and he tries to chop that away. Dahl will be on the chase. They'll get one, and that's all there will be. These two joined forces at 131.
Yeah.
So it's a valuable stand, this.
Yep, 39. I'll read Kevin Morgan's. You can read the one from Matt. Arthur Daly.
Watt around the wicket. Almost on the full. Van Buren's got other ways. A chase for deploy. You won't be able to hold that in. That'll go for 4. And every boundary ticks Gloucestershire closer to safety.
Kevin Morgan, firstly, a massive thank you to you both and James and the whole team for another season full of fun through a difficult season. The best on the circuit by a long way. High praise, Kevin. Thank you very much. Regards the season, although not great, there have been mitigating circumstances at points. Injuries, weather beating us a couple of times, etc. But there is, and I've said it in social media, a really good side in there somewhere. We've seen glimpses at various points throughout the season. There's so much promise within the group. The youngsters, especially both the Prices, both the Charlesworths, Ajit, Zaman, Phillips, Wells. There's plenty to build on and work with for next season. We desperately require an experienced leader and an overseas player, and whether that's a batter or a bowler, who knows. Hope you both enjoy your winter break and look forward to seeing you both back on the first day of next season. Kind regards, Kevin Morgan. What a lovely email. Thank you, Kevin. Lovely to hear from you, mate. And thank you so much for the kind words.
Interesting view, an experienced leader in our overseas player.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wonder if that would include being a captain. Maybe that's a decision to be made.
Thompson in Middleton thrusts his left pad outside the line of off stump and plays a shot.
Matt Daly's top line says very frustrating season results, weather and injury wise. I don't think we disagree with that.
Completely agree there, Matt. Thompson. Middleton defends.
Matt goes on, batting's been under par from many, and despite very pleasing progression from Ajit Singh Dale, Zaman Akhtar and the Price brothers, the unavailability of bowlers due to injury again has been a dampener.
Thompson from the Ashley Down Road end. Middleton screams that one through the offside. Watt's got a hand on it and has saved his spin to win 3 runs there. They come through for 1.
Matt says, I'm happy to make a county-wide truce to never again mention the T20 campaign, but my score for the season is 4 out of 10.
Yeah. Yeah. Van Buren defends back to Thompson. Short, wide, cut, 4 runs.
Van Buren, like Dent, as we've known for several seasons, is a good cutter and puller. And that is wide enough to give him enough room to play that shot. The lead to 155.
Defended.
The lead to 200, that's in fact 220 might be it, mightn't it? Might be absolutely shake hands at that stage.
Yeah.
And
the earliest they can shake hands is 20 past 4. So,
yeah, Derbyshire know that the clock is very nearly up for them.
yeah, and you can see that from their body language.
Yeah.
They've got one last roll of the dice here, haven't they, really?
And if the lead was less, then we would go deeper into the game. But Gloucestershire have just managed to tick along at a rate that's getting them to safety. And I know we mentioned it before, but I think Graham Van Buren has found a very good foil here in Ed Middleton. What to bowl to him? Oh, it's down. Tries to step inside the line. Brooke Guest takes it down the leg side. Read the bounce well. You've got to remember, out of that 29.5, you've got to take 2 overs off between innings, even if Derbyshire did get these last 4 wickets. And latterly, they've not looked like getting them. Deploy tries the shy at the non-striker's end, but Middleton is home. And these two have now added 51. So this is a really good partnership, just to take the anxiousness out of this final session. Not quite done, but very close. Deploy again, chatting to his bowler. I don't know whether Watt speaks with a soft or broad Scottish accent.
He's from Edinburgh, so they've got sort of like posh Scottish there, haven't they?
And that's down the leg side again. A chase for Harry Kane. They'll be looking for 2 here. Van Buren will be easily coming back for the second run.
Kane there went for the slide to throw the ball in, and I think he's wearing pads.
Well, Ben Cox is out at Hove. Oh, goodness me. So Leicestershire now require 45, but you've got 9, 10 and 11 to try and get them. Oh, goodness. That is going to be tense. Watt around the wicket. Van Buren, we'll get 4 more. There could be a cheeky little half-century available for Van Buren here. And Watt has been clipped away to the boundary by the Gloucestershire captain, finding the gap wide of mid-on.
He's a nuggety batsman, isn't he, Graham Van Buren? Hard as nails. Tell you what, if the schools used Graham Van Buren concrete, they wouldn't be in this mess right now, I tell you. He lasts forever.
Well, apart from that 100 he got at Cheltenham, he's only got 1 other 50 in the championship this season. I know he's missed a lot of cricket. He goes back here and just steers that into the onside. When was that 50? I'll just check when that was. So he got his I'll check that, and things are 188 for 6 here.
9 down at Leicester.
Hove.
Pajara's just been called in by the umpires there at Hove as well. That has gone up in the air and away for 4 runs there for Ed Middleton. I'd like Ed Middleton to get a 50. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Van Buren's century, of course, was at Cheltenham in white ball cricket, but his championship 100 was back at the start of the season at Cardiff, and his only other 50 was here against Sussex.
Got a very good 100 in white ball cricket against Northants at Cheltenham as well to throw into the mix. Middleton defends.
Yeah, that was what I meant. So his only championship 100 was at Glamorgan. His white ball 100 was at Cheltenham.
Yeah. Ooh, Middleton playing that with firm hands.
But talking about injuries and availability, let's look at this in terms of matches played this season. De Lange, only 4. Singdale, 6. Zaman, 6. Van Buren, 6. This is out of 13, remember.
Yeah.
Tom Price has played 8.
Yeah.
Ben Charlesworth only played 7. So quite a few of the bowlers and the skipper have missed half the season.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that probably in double figures is... I'll come on to it after this. That's an attempted reverse there for Middleton, which is missed. I would say that Hammond, Ollie Price, Dent and Bracey are probably the only ones in double figures.
So Ollie Price 9, Hammond, Dent and Bracey all 11. They've all missed 1.
Okay.
Zaffer's also played 11 as well.
Yeah,
so
of course.
Effectively only missed 1 before this game.
Ollie Price missed some at the beginning, didn't he, when he was studying?
Yeah. That won't happen next year. I mean, Luke Charlesworth has his degree to finish next year.
Middleton just plays that to short leg.
And just to confirm what
28 overs left.
Deduced, Scott Curry is out at Hove, so it's now Chris Wright and Matt Salisbury who've got to get Leicestershire home. They need 43 to win with the last pair together. What a game of cricket that's been. It's been competitive here too, to be fair. The only shame is that we've lost more than 2 sessions to the weather, because if that wasn't the case, this would still be a very, very interesting scenario. We're going to have Anuj Dal with a last tilt perhaps here. So Mark Watts not really looked comfortable from this pavilion end, having switched ends just before tea.
England 328 for 4, Ben Stokes 166.
Value for your ticket there today. Although those tickets aren't cheap, as we have discussed.
County cricket offers better value, I think.
So Anuj Dal then to...
He does this, Anuj Dal. He warms up, the arm comes through really quickly, and the ball goes miles up in the air.
Correction, Anuj Dal coming on the ball.
I think there was a bit of a committee meeting, and Terry Blake thought that it was Lewis Rees coming into bowl, but it's not, it's Dahl, and that's worked into the onside by Van Buren. No run straight to Rees, in fact. So at the start of a day that we thought the draw was probably favourite, but that it might need some collusion to make something happen. We haven't had any collusion, but actually we've had 2 pretty interesting sessions. It's kept teasing us that there might be just a final sting in the tail, but I think now, with a ball that's 63 overs old, 2 batsmen who have advanced the score by 61, and Gloucestershire with a lead of 166, we are going to see,
story of my life,
from Gloucestershire's point of view,
story of my life,
their 8th draw of the season. That's what looks likely. Brooke Guest is now standing up to Dahl, and Van Buren goes back. He's got 39, and I'm with you, Dan. I think it would be quite something if Middleton could get an unbeaten 50 out of this.
Yeah,
Batting at number 8. Do his confidence the world of good with the bat.
he certainly would.
Well, the time will allow him to do so remains to be seen. It's just after 3:45. In theory, they could shake hands any time after 20 past. Delta Van Buren again defends straight to Matt Lamb.
Yeah, last call for emails. Yeah.
Last call of the season for emails.
Last call of the season for emails.
What will you take away this winter?
Indian or Chinese?
What will be the one memorable moment? Dahl into Van Buren. He'll get a single all the way down to long leg. And Thompson is down there in the distance. Dahl's on a hiding to nothing here, really. Kind of, is he expected to produce a miracle? Well, I suppose he got the tail in the first innings with his 6 wickets, but he's been brought on quite late here. He's got 2 catches in front of the wicket on the leg side, 2 short mid wickets. Dahl to Middleton. Again, that's off his pad. Direction again, down the leg side, and just be a leg by. Dan's A4 exercise book is a massive scribble. Most of it readable. My scribble is so unreadable. I have to do it in little computer grids, otherwise it wouldn't be trackable at all. End of the over. 27 to go. -2 between innings if we were to have a break. 25, and the lead getting out of Derbyshire's reach, you feel here. They haven't yet, though, thrown the ball to somebody that might suggest they think it's over. They haven't thrown it to Harry Kane, for example, or Madsen.
Okay, I'm going to give you my top 5 moments of the season.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, and number 5. Ollie Price, first 100 against Yorkshire at Headingley, end of June. You've been knocking on the door for a while.
Okay, yes, okay. How many of these were you at?
Well, I watched it on the stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I watched that on the stream. Number 4 is also an Ollie Price moment. That is bowled there by Watt, and Middleton flashes outside the off them. The Ollie Price caught and bowled here against Glamorgan in the T20, which was absolutely stunning bit of fielding, where it's absolutely smashed back at him, and it's a reaction catch, and it is just a wonderful bit of cricket. So that's at number 4 for me. Number 3 is beating Lancashire here in the quarter final of the Metro Bank One Day Cup and qualifying for the semi-final. Ultimately it wasn't to be, but just to see the smiles on people's faces downstairs, you know, everyone buzzing. That's gone round the corner there and turned back to first slip, where Madsen comes round and collects it. Just the smiles and just the feel-good factor that produced for me is there. Number 2, James Bracey's 224 in that Metro Bank campaign. What a wonderful innings, and just fantastic. As Middleton gets on the front foot and defends that into the offside. Watt comes in, tosses that up down the leg side, and at number 1, Tom Price, 100 and a hat-trick in the same day at Worcester. It just doesn't happen that often, and what a wonderful moment for the young lad. And those are my top 5 moments from this season. Anything to add to that, Ian?
No. Tom Price Day, as it will be known, I think has got to be up there. James Bracey's double 100 has got to be up there. I also remember in the One Day Cup game at Cheltenham, I think Northants at one stage were 30 for 5,
Yeah.
and the 5th wicket went to Ajit Singh Dale,
Yeah.
and his run to here like in celebration at the 5th wicket. I know that was a small moment, but you felt as if that was really encapsulating that start of that Northants chase, and Gloucestershire really saying, right, you're not going to get these, and we're going to roll you over quite easily. Didn't quite happen that way. Gloucestershire did win, obviously.
Yeah.
But
the Tom Price catch out there in the deep at square leg in a T20, I think it was against Hampshire, was absolutely amazing as well, wasn't it? I think that's a fine moment. Doesn't quite get into my top 5. The Graham Van Buren 100 in that game against Northamptonshire, because Gloucestershire were in a little bit of trouble, weren't they, in that game? They were at one point in that game 142 for 7, and Graham Van Buren got 108, and he was aided and abetted by Anwar Ali with 61, and they put on 104 for the 8th wicket and got Gloucestershire 278 all out, and it was a good job they did, because Northants ended up 255 all out, Gloucestershire winning by 23 runs.
So Anush Dal's over was just so that Watt and Thompson can change ends again. They're back where they were, and Thompson continuing to wheel away from this pavilion. Yeah, so I think for me, Bracey, the Tom Price day, and probably Ollie Price's one-day 100, also at Cheltenham, I think was notable. It felt as if that said, he can bat in more than one format, and he's proved that obviously since then this season as well.
I was going to say that I thought that his 100 against Glamorgan, I think it was. No, he didn't get it. He got 84 against Worcestershire at Cheltenham. Showed that we knew he had the shots, but that I thought showed that he had the mental fortitude, and that's when I thought Ollie Price came of age.
Yeah, I think player of the year, young player of the year, batter of the year, Ollie Price. For me, there is no issue about who's going to win those awards at the end of season dinner. 169 the advantage. Thompson in, and Middleton again defends. He's not had too much quick stuff to face in this innings, Ed Middleton, but it's been a
fine player.
A challenge to his technique against spin. And they'll pinch another single. He doesn't seem to want to hit the ball too hard, as perhaps some batsmen do. He's a deflector. He has hit 5 4s, but not too many of those have been what you want, really crunching shots. Thompson to Van Buren. Oh, that waited for that. Right in his crease. He got his bat on it, which was just as well.
You got that wrong, Graham. You should have gone forward there.
Here's a second look at that. Oh, that was risky.
If you'd have missed that, it'd have been, it's like French cricket, wasn't it?
Thompson again into him, and Van Buren
that's better.
Pushes that back up the pitch on the offside. So 25 overs maximum left in the day. Gloucestershire edging further clear, and still with 4 wickets in hand. Leicestershire have squeezed their runs needed down to 31. Last pair together at Hove.
It's still going off in that game, Jimmer.
The Yorkshire bowlers will have certainly felt their workload at Cardiff this week.
I love in the YouTube comments how there's a number of people from all over the world here giving the Sussex skipper some advice. Bring on the spinners. Bring the spinner on the other end.
We do need extra protection here. We'll need some more lightweight pads.
Yeah, Kamer's he's got one leg rolled up there. He looks like he's down at the local lodge at the Freemason Society, doesn't he? With one trouser leg rolled up there and one down.
Yeah, George Scrimshaw bringing on some of those lightweight protectors that go under the trousers.
He's off, isn't he, Scrimshaw? Isn't he off somewhere? Northants?
He's going to Northants, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, chiefly a white ball bowler.
Oh my word, there's just been 2 sixes smashed by Chris Wright, and Ben Stokes is out for 182. You're not missing anything, we've just got a delay while there's extra protective equipment.
Can I also say that Northants have now got Warwickshire 8 down at Edgbaston. Northants bottom but desperately needing a win. Northants have Warwickshire 124 for 8. Warwickshire still need 52.
Wowzers.
And Sanderson has 5 for 26.
Yeah, Finn Hudson Prentice just been tonked for 2 sixes off the last 2 balls there by Chris Wright.
And where's Chris Wright playing next year? Sussex. 25 to win. Gosh, that's getting close, isn't it?
Oh, love it. Love it.
Sussex have been in the field for 130 overs in that game. And that's in the second innings alone. And remember that you're chasing 499. Right, so Kamer's now got himself, he's got all the accoutrements in place.
What? Around the wicket accoutrements. Ian Randall, you pulled that one out of the you pulled that one out of the ether. What? Middleton rocks forward. Or is Watt bowling a little flatter, do you think? Since T? Not tossing it so much, perhaps? Not giving it as much loop? There, that's more of the loop. Middleton defends.
So he has had relatively a long bowl. This is his 26th over. Not much of a break in there either.
Oh, where's that one gone? Is that runs or buys? Runs. 4 of them between the wicket keeper and Wayne Madsen at first slip. Oh, Madsen's wrong-footed. 200 up. Like watching Alan Ruff in his heyday for Scotland, wasn't it? Just diving the wrong way.
He goes one way and the ball goes the other. Well, the worst one was the Clements one through his legs at Hampden.
Oh, yeah, that was a bad one. That's the end of the over. That's another one. 24 now left in the day. I watched a clip the other day. I mean, Kenny Dalglish was a master, wasn't he? But there's a piece where Alan Hansen chips one and beats the whole Man United offside trap at Old Trafford. Just the keeper to beat. Squares it to Kenny Dalglish from the Stretford end, who puts it wide from about 2 yards out. And the whole end goes absolutely wild with joy.
Yes, what, as you can see, 2 for 67 from 26 overs. Max Thompson's bowled 25. Here's his 26th. Ooh, what was that? One that just teased the Close fielders over an LBW appeal for a moment.
Yeah, he's been impressive.
Still 3 close catches. Derbyshire. Oh, Van Buren again goes back.
I'd like to thank you all for your emails over the season, for everyone who's been involved. It makes Ian and I's life more enjoyable to have interaction with all you guys, and thank you very much.
Whilst it is a stream from us to you, it is equally humbling that you wish to get involved with us as well.
Oh yes.
Be it on the cricket, which is absolutely fine, or the non-cricket and the slightly off-the-wall concepts that also draw your emails as well. It would not be the same without that interaction.
No.
And it wouldn't be the same without your appreciation of James Healy either, or ours for that matter. Floated up by Thompson. Van Buren won't get anything there. He's stuck on 41 here, Van Buren. He won't be bothered about that.
No.
We are at 5. It could be 20 minutes from the end of the season here at Bristol. I suspect we probably are. Chopped away by Van Buren. He's got off 41 at last. He'll get a couple here down to Pat Brown. At what in the end will be deep point. Now, Derbyshire, having taken the 6th wicket in the 48th over, probably thought they were right in with a chance, but these two have batted for 20 overs together, and that, as Van Buren gets a full toss which he can't put away, has basically gone a long way to saving the game here. 176 ahead, just about touching distance of safety. Derbyshire aren't going to have enough time now to do what they need to do.
No, it's
it just makes it. It will be one of the great questions, not one of the great questions, but one of the pub questions. You know, had this game run full length in dry conditions, 176 ahead, 4 wickets in hand, time left.
That'll be one of the great pub questions.
Well, it would be a debate over.
Okay, yeah. I'm teasing you in. I'm teasing.
240, chasing 240 on this on the final day will be very interesting.
Watt to Middleton, who defends out to mid-on. The overs now running out. Number 2 would go with a change of innings.
Leicestershire needs 17 to beat Sussex.
Defended again. It's a feisty old affair down at Hove.
Oh, knots are all out, interestingly.
Oh, that's well bowled by Watt. Beats Middleton's outside edge.
Kent need 168 to win. I don't know what the overs position is there.
Probably 20 odd, 25.
They're 21 for 1 in the 4th, so they're certainly going for it.
Defended. Crawley the man out.
Find that out. .32 overs to get 168.
Fancy that, wouldn't they?
Certainly have a dart at that.
Defended there by Edward Middleton.
And we said about this game being a microcosm of the season with the weather and what have you. And this Gloucestershire second innings has been a bit the same, isn't it? You know, good start.
Yeah.
bit of a crumble, bit of a slump, and then a recovery.
Yeah.
And it's ended up being enough, but in some other games, it hasn't ended up being enough, and that's been why they've ended up with so many draws and positions where they seem to have been on the back foot.
Ooh, out the back of the hand there from Watt. He's trying all his box of tricks, the Scottish scallywag.
Don't forget, earlier today, Zafar Kahar with his first 5-wicket haul of the season. Coming in the last home game, and indeed the penultimate game overall. Still suspect he may end up being the leading wicket taker. I don't see anybody surpassing him from where we are with one game to go. He has 28 now. Nobody else, in fact, has more than 20. Thompson round the wicket to Van Beeren, who steers that away. He's going to get one, take him to 44. And Gloucestershire's lead now, you would feel, more than enough.
Yeah, definitely.
More than enough. Maybe Josh Shaw, Goodman and Charlesworth will not be needed after all. More chats between skipper and bowler. They've tried a few things, Derbyshire. They haven't been completely off the wall.
No, they've tried everything. They've tried everything. Do you know what? I think they look a decent side. I mean, I think their batting's okay. I think Connors looks a decent bowler.
Oh, that must be a tight call for the run out, because Middleton's played that on the bounce to short leg. Kame is the fielder, and in one movement he's got the ball and thrown it back in straight into the gloves of Guest. Oh, it's short range, I know, but Middleton hadn't turned too far there. The only thing I would say, the bowling looks a little bit, batting wise it looked fine. Bowling looks a little bit plain, I would say, particularly on a pitch like this. Thompson in, and in truth, probably both sides' bowling's looked a little bit plain on this pitch.
Yeah. It's been another feather bed, hasn't it, in Bristol?
The kind of the old rule used to be it will start with a bit of movement, it'll flatten out, and that's kind of how it's been. It's just turned enough to keep it interesting, and Middleton turns that round the corner to Rees. Comes back to the point, if we hadn't lost more than 2 sessions worth of overs to rain, we'd still be talking about a fascinating position in the match. Colin Bullock's been in touch on the email. I'll let Dan do that.
In fact, that's got to go into my top 5. Ian Randall's tea at Cheltenham. I mean, it went viral, didn't it? Well, I mean, those moments of the season.
Yeah, Colin says, thanks for your company. I've been a Gloucestershire supporter since 1947. Will enjoy my tea, unlike Ian's. Cheers. Yeah, and that was after the photograph of my apparently quite weak cup of tea was posted at the festival.
There it is. There's the tea. I mean, look at that. Miserable, horrible excuse of an effort.
You're not missing anything at the moment. There are drinks and hot towels being brought out for both batters.
We had some good moments at Cheltenham, didn't we? We had Mr. D'Oliveira getting getting hit in the nether regions, which was quite amusing, wasn't it? That was quite... made us chuckle.
We had, unfortunately, a bit too much rain on occasions. We had a...
Sussex have won.
Sussex have won.
Sussex have won.
That's Leicestershire's promotion hopes, if not over, certainly they were 16 short.
No.
That's been a tremendous game of cricket.
Certainly
I'll
has.
say that much.
Certainly has.
499 to defend, and you just about do it.
What else did we chuckle at over the season, Ian?
Thompson in. Appeal for an LBW not again upheld, and Paishantri looking to the ground. I sometimes just little things, not necessarily such public things as my penchant for what you might decide is a very weak cup of tea. Thompson to Middleton. Again, solidly 40. He wants one. Was a bit of a yes-no here. And got to be a bit careful, but Dahl's throw goes to the striker's end of Middleton. He's back. We are at 4:15.
Bet Van Buren would just have that big grin across his face. That big South African grin of his will just be across his face here. You'll say.
21 overs to go. 19 overs.
No need for that, Ed A.
To go. If you take away the two, I don't think we're going to get those two now. Will Van Buren get his 50?
What? Van Buren. I think he's more interested in a red inker here.
He is. Yeah, 15 runs the final margin at Hove, and Yadav Unadkat, the Indian who Sussex signed, finished with 6 for 94, including all the last 5.
Chopped away, and Buren's going to get 2 here. Have Sussex leapfrogged Leicestershire in the table now? Probably have, haven't they?
I would need to check that.
I should imagine that they have. So Worcestershire look like they are going to Division 1. That's crashed away. That could be 4 runs. No, it's just 2 more to Van Buren. It's defended into the offside.
That table's not been updated yet, so so the table now reads Durham 198, 2 to play. Worcestershire 154, 2 to play. Leicestershire 133, so they are 21 points behind, but their game in hand has gone. So Worcestershire are at least one full result. 21 points is, it's got to be probably 2 wins for Leicestershire and nothing else will do. And for Worcestershire, a couple of draws and they'd be fine.
20 overs left in the day. This could be the last over of the season.
Still
in fact, I reckon it might go down for another 2 or 3, actually, just to ensure there is no chance of result. The game situation at the moment, Gloucestershire lead by 181. There's 20 overs left in the day. The change of innings would take 2 out of it, so there'd be 18 overs left in the day if Graham Van Buren declared now. So really, I think he would probably take that down to 16, maybe get the lead up to 190, and I think it's game done.
Middleton again defends. Yes, he will have taken a huge amount out of this batting experience, I think. Ed Middleton. Again, he defends. I mean, Gloucestershire, I think if they've learned anything about a couple of their batters a couple of their young players this year, both Zaman Akhtar and Ed Middleton are players who can stick around with the bat. Middleton again. Oh, he's get that right on the bottom of the bat. Guest goes for the stumping, but his back foot hadn't moved.
At the moment, Ed Middleton averages 47 in first-class cricket.
There's just a chat between the two batters. So a sunny scene here in Bristol as the 2023 season meanders towards its conclusion. Middleton's pulled that away on the bounce for 1 run.
He got a little bit lucky there on 2 counts. Firstly, it crept low. He had to bend down to hit it, and then got under it and almost pulled it straight into the arms of deep mid-wicket, but got away with that one.
Probably, actually, he's probably, the way he's batted over the last... How many has he been out there? 48th. So 23 overs he's kept his captain company for. Van Buren once again defends. He's batted for an hour and a half. He's faced more than 90 balls, 91 balls as you can see. Thompson again to Van Buren. He needs 2 for his 50, but again he's defending. Are they going to call it quits? I think they are. Van Buren's taken his gloves off and they're shaking hands. He and Leos Deploy have said that is it. They've batted themselves, Gloucestershire, to a position of safety where Derbyshire cannot win, and the skippers have accepted that that is the case. So in the end, as Dan called it, a nuggety effort for this 7th wicket partnership that put on in the end 77 between Ed Middleton, unbeaten on 39, and Graham Van Buren, unbeaten on 48, ensure the draw. Both sides take 11 points. Both sides remain winless, it must be said, for the season. But over the play we've had, Dan, outside of the rain, this has been a pretty even contest, and I don't think people could complain too much that a draw is the outcome.
No, I don't think so. I think it sort of threatened to flicker into life, didn't it, this afternoon? But as usual, I think the pitch here at Bristol was just... It's so hard to take 20 wickets here, it really is. But fair play to Derbyshire. They played good cricket. They've come here. They've played decent cricket, and they're a club who are building as well, and they've recruited well. Next year they'll go again, and fingers crossed. We wish them every success. We've had some lovely emails from people up there in Derbyshire as well, and we wish you all very well. Meanwhile, here in Bristol, it ends in a draw, and Gloucestershire have not won a game of county championship cricket here at the Seat Unique Stadium in 2023.
Yeah, they've had to face 56 out of 72 overs in the second innings bowled by spinners. All the 6 wickets falling to the spinners, to Mark Watt and to Alex Thompson. Watt 2 for 71, Thompson 4 for 79. The seamers didn't have much of a say. Gloucestershire had a good start. Charlesworth and Dent putting on 68. Much appeared plain sailing then, but with the loss of Charlesworth and then Bracey just before lunch, and the fact that Price and Hammond didn't last long after it, or Dent for that matter, left Gloucestershire dangerously placed at 111 for 5 and at 131 for 6 when Zafar Gohar was out. So it was then left to Middleton and his skipper to see Gloucestershire to the draw. 11 points to each team. Derbyshire have 2 matches left. Gloucestershire have the game at Hove, which starts on the 26th.
I've just got the bowling figures here, which I will go through. Connors, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Anaj Dahl, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. Louise Rees, 3 overs, none for 22. Mark Watt, 28 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 71. Thought he bowled very well. Alex Thompson, 28 overs, also 7 maidens, 4 for 79. I thought they bowled really well in tandem, those two. Pat Brown, a little bit disappointing, but I think he will offer something different to this Derbyshire attack on the wickets that are maybe more suitable than this one we saw in Bristol. He was 3 overs, none for 12. So Gloucestershire finish up on 208 for 6, and this more or less wraps up the season here in Bristol.
Yes, here at the Seat Unique, the ground staff are going to put this pitch to bed. They've got one more important strip to prepare. It's for the one-day international against Ireland. England will be here on the 26th of September. Thanks to you for your company on the emails and on the stream. Thanks to James Healy for his work on the cameras, without which none of this would happen. Enjoy the rest of your cricketing summer, however many weeks that may last. Ed Seaborn and Adrian Harms will be your team at Hove for the final match of the season. Starts on the 26th. Winter well, as they say. We'll see you soon.
Witness the magic of award-winning drone show artists Celestial in a groundbreaking drone light show. Join us for an extraordinary journey through time and space. Evolution.